Got it. All right, I'm gonna send it over to Missy and then I'll get out of this meeting.
Thanks,
I'm
Pat.
gonna I'll hand host over to you first,
Appreciate it.
but it is live now.
I try to drink 30 cups a day. Not every day.
Hey, we're just getting things set up here in the room. So it'll be a few minutes.
No worries. And just so you know, we are already on the YouTube is live already.
So.
Hi, Bob. I'm always late for a meeting. I'm surprised that it's there's nothing happening yet. Glad to see you here. I can't hear you. You got to unmute yourself.
There we go. Yeah, now you can hear me. I'm not much of a morning person. So this is it.
That's what
in retirement, this is challenging. We'll see how quickly the brain wakes up.
Yeah. How did you do it when you were paid for these things?
Well, I had a habit. I get up at 7, shower, be at work at 8.
Wow.
But all I do for the first hour was review emails.
Ah,
If
that's
somebody called me and had a technical question that just really irritated me.
yeah, right. Means you have to think and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they said they were going to actually start things up at 8:15.
Oh, okay. So we're early
Oh
today.
yeah.
Good for us.
Amazing.
How's the weather up there? You're in Helena, right?
Yeah, we're about 10 miles south and about 500 feet up. It's 10 degrees at our house. It's the morning weather was saying 20 in Helena.
Ah,
That's not unusual. We're usually 5 to 10 degrees cooler.
yeah. Oh man, it's so beautiful today.
Well,
Oh, so I'm gonna we're gonna go to Chile on April 2nd, and we're gonna be hiking through Patagonia. I'm so excited. But the funny thing is that we're not going anywhere warm. It's going into fall, so I think we're just getting more of the same. We're prolonging our winter.
and you're hoping they don't have an early winter.
Yes, we are.
Oh, I'll be darned. Well, you know that I've seen so much about Patagonia and how rugged it can be, but how interesting too. But most of the time I hear about Chile, it's about their fine wines.
Oh. We have to imbibe when we're in Santiago.
Morning, folks. Can you hear us here in Region 4 office?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Do you have video of us?
No.
Oh man,
It's still early.
this was a challenge yesterday. Do we remember how we? Because it looks like
Hold on. Stephanie's like.
it looks like camera 4 is on, but not camera 5.
No promises. No promises. This is for the microphone, I think.
Mhm.
Is it showing up now, Stephanie?
Oh yeah, we're good.
Yep.
Thank you.
You can see us.
You can move the camera if you want to get crazy.
Well, morning, folks. Thanks for joining us here. 8/17, March 23rd, 2023. Day 2 of the stack meeting. We're going to jump into the trail stewardship scores that were compiled and collected through the Stacks review. And we're going to kind of talk about what the positive impacts are of these projects that we see. We're going to talk about whether, this is a must-have project or a nice-to-have project. And then we'll talk about whether we think they're warranted full or partial funding. And my computer's a little slow to load right now, but I'm trying to bring up the PowerPoint and share that. But I'll hand it over to Stephanie Brown real quick.
Yeah, before we get going, just first of all, wanted to say thank you to all of you, especially with the TSP scoring. There was an internal committee, so we had the opportunity to score as well. It was very time consuming, so I'm sure that everybody had the opportunity to experience that, and just really want to say thank you for your time and contributions to that scoring effort. We also yesterday had some questions about the TSP budget, and I said that I would follow up with that. So my follow-up is having Hope Stockwell join us this morning. So if you do have specific questions, she's going to join us. She's on the line now, and we'll have her join us here. So if you have questions, now's the time to ask. She is working from home this week, so I'm not sure how long she'll be able to join us. Hope, are you here?
I am. Good morning, everyone. I'll just reiterate Stephanie's thanks. We know that this is a big lift, and your insights and input is really valuable. So thank you again for your dedication to this process and involvement. I'll share my screen. That will help. As I understood it yesterday, you had questions about the budget for Trail Stewardship Program and leading to where we are right now with what funds are available to allocate. So this, and let's see if I can zoom in here to make this a little easier for you. Oops, there we are. So this overview of the program is in our House Bill 5 information packet that's available on the FWP website. And I shared the link with Stephanie this morning. So if you'd like to poke around and hear some more and look at all of our House Bill 5 requests, you certainly could. But this is on page 33 of that booklet. And what you see here, so just as a reminder, trail stewardship was established, pardon me, established in the 2019 legislative session. There was no appropriation that biennium for the program as the new funding for it needed to build. So then the first appropriation came in the 2021 session. You see two lines of funding here. The first line, which is $2.5 million, is from the portion of the light motor vehicle registration fee that contributes to trail stewardship, and that's $1.37 per registration. And so we budgeted $2.5 million and asked for that in the 2021 legislature. The second line is the marijuana funding, the marijuana revenue that was directed to the Trails program, and we appropriated and requested $1.082 million for that. So all in all, last biennium, the legislature appropriated just over $3.5 million. And since the program's last two budget cycles have awarded $2.6 million roughly, sorry, I don't have those figures right in front of me, but that's my recollection. What is left over to allocate between that, from that appropriation in the 2021 legislature, is the $955,000. And I know there was a little bit of discussion, I think yesterday, about some confusion we had in broadcasting what would be available to allocate for the program this year in awards. We had, it was a matter of some dots didn't get connected on our side. We all learned an important lesson there. But what happened was when we queried our budget bureau about the funding available for this application cycle, we queried them in October. But what happened, so it looked like we'd have about $2 million. But what happened is that the awards from last application cycle weren't entered into the budget system until November. And so they were ships passing in the night, unfortunately. And so the $955,000 is what we have available to allocate this application cycle. I guess I'll just update you. I'm sorry, my daughter's saying hi. Hi, sweetheart. How are you? You sure can, sweetheart. That'd be just fine. Okay, go ahead. Okay. She thinks my husband looks nice this morning and she would like him to borrow my mirror to look at his outfit and appraise how nice he looks. Yeah, sorry about the interruption. The working from home with a child out of daycare is always a question mark. The other piece I would just add to the conversation is we have our House Bill 5 request coming from the 2023 legislature. We're expecting House Bill 5 action any day now. It's been delayed a little bit from what we expected, but we had thought maybe it would come earlier this week. We're hoping that it'll be today. We're not sure. But what we have in our request for the 2023 House Bill 5 for this program is an appropriation of $2 million per year for a total of $4 million to be allocated in the next biennium. So with that, I'll stand by if you have any questions.
So Hope, this is Mark Smolin. So I guess I know it's a biennium. So is that why we skip a year and we go from 2021 to 2023 next? Like if we continued this table down, so we don't get an allocation in 2022, is that correct?
Oh, I see what you're saying, Mark. So it's just a matter of how you read the table. So the session, that 2021 on the left side refers to the session. And so a total of $3.5 million in change was authorized in the 2021 session. That's for both years of the biennium. So we use that funding for the application cycle in calendar year 2020. 2021, 2022, and now 2023. So we're actually doing 3 application cycles with what really is 2 years of funding from the 2021 legislature.
So that helps me understand why we're so short of funds, I guess. Yeah. So that's now as the legislature releases money this year, is it possible to get more money towards this cycle or not?
Mark, that's a conversation we've had internally and have contemplated whether we could conceive doing a tiered award such that, assuming that our request goes through in House Bill 5 from the 2023 legislature, those funds would become available July 1. We do have to wait for the cash to be in hand. So there's always 2 pieces of an appropriation. There's I'll just say the right hand, having the cash in hand in the bank, and in the left hand, having the matching authority for it from the legislature, the actual appropriation. And so as long as those 2 things meet, conceivably, we could potentially award more July 1. But with all the internal conversation we've had about whether we could make this possible and the complexity with that and just where we're at with other things in the program and timelines, it's not a complexity we decided to take on. And so we've decided to set that idea aside. And so our concern was a couple of pieces. One, if cash didn't come through for some reason over the course of the biennium, if you did award more after July 1 this year, you could find yourself in this same situation and shorted again 2 years from now because cash hasn't come in the way you expected for some reason. It's just we're prognosticating as best we can, and we think we know what to expect, but there are never any guarantees in that way. So I would rather play it safe and not bring that level of complexity in and just allocate the $955,000 at this time. We have a bunch of rulemaking we're going to be going through. in the remainder of the year, and the time and the staff time and effort that's going to require. That's another piece of the complexity in my judgment, in not complicating this further.
And the other question I was just curious about was, how have the revenues been from the light vehicle registration and the marijuana compared to what we budgeted? Do we have that data?
I don't have it at my fingertips, Mark. I'd have to get that back to you from the Budget Bureau. We
I
know
was
that
just curious if it matched up, or if it, like, did we actually not get as much revenue as we thought we would or something?
I will have to double check that. My sense is that the light motor vehicle registration came in about where we expected. And I think there was more marijuana funding than we expected. And so that's why you see the bigger request coming in the
Gotcha. And
next.
That's plenty of an answer. I don't need.
Okay.
To go digging.
Okay.
I just
All
was
right.
curious.
Hope, this is Bob Walker. I really would like to see what the number is in that special revenue account. And the reason being, you mentioned a minute ago, the recreational marijuana state tax has been coming in above what was anticipated in the 21 session. And I'm wondering if, so I need to know, number one, what's the current status of the special revenue account? And the combination of the light motor vehicle monies and the recreational marijuana monies. And then I'd like to compare that to even what the department is requesting for authority from the legislature this year.
Sure, we can get those account balances for you. I think another piece that I didn't mention in the complexity and weighing things out is, as you know, there are lots of considerations at the legislature surrounding the marijuana revenue. And so there are no guarantees of anything, and not having session wrapped up is another piece of the consideration as I thought about whether we might try and do another tier of funding this year. So, but we can get those account balances for you.
Yeah, and Hope, you and I know each other well enough. I'm disappointed to hear that the department has decided not to try to tiered approach. I know you've had to do that with the recreational trails program in the past because of the inability of Congress to act in the long term. But and you already know this, I'm just a little disappointed you're not looking at a tiered approach.
Hope, are you still with us?
I am sorry. I said understood. I must have muted myself. I apologize.
Hope, Bob again. I do want you to know we do appreciate, and we know you're in a rough spot with the reorganization and all that involves. Sometimes I may seem like a little bit of a pest, but we do appreciate all the work you're doing.
Thanks, Bob. No problem. You're always welcome to voice any concerns. That's no problem.
Same goes for me, Hope. Sorry.
Really, no apologies needed. It's just fine. You're doing your role as a person expressing your feelings and concerns, and that's what we as an advisory committee, ask of you, is to bring those thoughts forward. So no skin off my back. Don't sweat it.
Are there any other questions for Hope while we have her on the line? Okay. Thanks, Hope, for joining us this morning. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, everybody. Again, appreciate your time. And I am going to go ahead and sign off. But we'll get those account balances for you. And please feel free to email me if you have additional questions. Take care.
I hope.
That's good. Thanks, Hope.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Kent, I see your hands up.
Yeah, is my, am I working today?
So far.
Okay, we'll go quick. Hey, I think you wanted me to follow up on the Custer Gallatin RTP grants. I just want to get back with you that two of the districts, Gardner and Hebgen Lake, really aren't covered by the flood dollars. And the Beartooth proposal, the Beartooth is where that district was hit pretty hard, and they do have a significant amount of flood funding. So I don't know if that'll change anything, but yeah, Hebgen Lake and Gardner, there really is very little overlap on the flood. Hope that helps.
Ken, I just have a like a general question about Forest Service, just Region 1, in terms of recreation funding. I've been hearing that more funding has come in through like the America Great Outdoors Act. Is this accurate? Is there more recreation funding coming into Region 1 of the Forest Service?
Yeah, there is. It's a great question. And we have had about $25 million per year in GAO funding starting in 21. And that funding goes through 25. Different projects. Some of those projects include road projects to improve roads, which obviously helps access. But yes, and we do have a significant amount of investment in trails. And so that's been really a boon as well. It's not, 100% coverage. Some are specific projects, while others are more, you might say, district-centric deferred maintenance projects. So, and I do have a summary of that. We just provided to the Backcountry Horsemen Montana. They came in and met with us here on Monday. And so I do have a summary of that if you'd like to see that.
Okay, great. Yeah, I just think this year, I think in both RTP and TSP, a lot of ranger districts applied to both programs. And so it seems like there's an opportunity to kind of have everybody get together, break down some silos and start having a conversation about strategic planning in terms of, what's the biggest priority on these ranger districts, and how can forests have districts be in line with each other, and potentially forest to forest. Because right now it just seems there's projects happening kind of one off, but then they're adding to about 14 applications. So it just seems like some coordination with that could help just build a network and also align priorities.
Yeah, we don't coordinate out of here for the trail stewardship grants or RTP grants. We do coordinate all of the GAO proposals come in here, and then we kind of vet them before they go up to the Washington office. And then ultimately they get, put in. Each of those projects actually is listed. Most of them, I should say, the higher dollar amount projects are actually listed in the president's budget, the proposed budget, and those have to be approved by Congress. So there is quite a bit of coordination vetting of those GAOA projects. And you're right, not so much on, what the districts apply for the Trail Stewardship Program and RTP grants. And we could sure do some of that. It just right now, it's if the districts don't feel they have coverage by other fund sources, that's usually why they're seeking funding through the state. Hope that helps.
Great, thank you. And hopefully we can get a state trails conference resurrected again, and that would be a setting where we can bring in nonprofits that are partners with the Forest Service. We can bring in municipal trail groups, we can bring in ranger districts from Forest Service locations, and we can all share information and then coordinate and plan a little bit more effectively, just to get everybody on the same page. Because I think right now everyone's trying to do the same thing in one way or the other. We're just all trying to do it differently at different times and in different places. So before we jump into kind of these scores today, is there anything from yesterday we want to rehash? Was there any other topics that we wanted to visit before diving into the content of today?
I would just put a note that we should look into the Safe Routes to School program.
Okay.
That's another one that
Mhm.
also trying to do same thing, and we don't know where that funding is and how it's being allocated through what channels. I just looked it up on the USDOT website and
It does exist.
I guess. So that's just another one where we can direct folks
Mhm.
that have those links to schools to seek funding if we decide, to push them that direction.
Mhm.
So, but I just, it gives you background about what it is, which is, I already know that, but I don't know. It's a scoring methodology, so there must be money there. I think you just need to look into it a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't think it would take a lot of effort.
Well, and thank you, Ginny, because this is a helpful point. Obviously, today we're trying to fit $2.6 million of requests into a $900,000 window. So I think we're going to want to be able to come up with resources like this. So when we do say, sorry, you didn't make it this year, however, there are these other funding streams available, I think having those resources ready to provide people within a denial letter is going to be helpful.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna have to turn people away, but we don't want to. We want to keep some light alive so that there's still funding out there for them, and keep positive encouragement going. So that's something I think we should try and revisit today. Is if we do see a project and we say, yeah, it doesn't quite fit the bill, and we don't think it should be funded. However, like what else could be a possible funding stream for it? Just to kind of keep that positive momentum going for these folks, because we have a really strong application pool here. I think when you look, and I'm going to pass these out, and these are these stack scoring averages. Thank you. And so these are the aggregates of the stack scores. Christy and Bob and Brenda, I emailed these to you. And I'm going to share my screen to put this up too. And then additionally, which follows the same numbering, here are comment sheets for today. And really the way I would like to align kind of this conversation, I think we want to avoid rabbit holes as much as possible. But we also
Do any more down that end?
no. Oh, it's a different comment form. Okay. But I think really we've got the form that I gave you says project strengths and project weaknesses. But really, I think where we want to go with each project is say, open up and say, what's the positive impact of this project? Whether it's creating a brand new trail with ADA access, we can talk about the positive impact of that, or whether it's simply resurfacing a gravel trail to a paved trail. What's the positive impact? Then I think where we would like to go after that is, is this a project that would be nice to have, or is this a project that we have to have? Is this a project that we want in the trail stewardship portfolio because of the positive impact and because of it's reaching areas that potentially haven't had grant funding before, and it's a new project that diversifies our portfolio. And then I think the final area that we want to touch with each project is, do we believe this deserves full funding, partial funding, or no funding? So I think really within these first, 30 to 35 projects, the full to partial will be kind of the conversation. And then I think it moves into the partial to none after that.
So you've organized these by the scores. This is.
Yep, so
Just
both
follows
pages
this.
align. So Wild Montana, Winter Wildlands. So they're,
And these are our scores.
yes. Yep, so these are the stacks, aggregated scores for all 53 projects. And as a note, there are 2 projects that have been deemed ineligible. And this came kind of later in the cycle as the details of the application became more clear. The first one is number 7 here, Lincoln County.
No.
Unfortunately, and we do have an alternative program to kind of direct them towards, but Lincoln County, this was to put together, it's titled Trailhead Facilities and Signage at the Kootenai Vista Boat Ramp. And this was what we're running into here, and I spoke with Beth Shumate. We had a long conversation about this because it's a great application. It's a good project, and there is a need for this infrastructure.
Absolutely.
But the Kootenai River is technically not designated as a water trail.
Oh.
And the difficulty is water trails there's a lot of red tape to get through to actually get there. There's just a massive approval process. It's like becoming an organic farm. It costs you $5 million to even be approved as an organic farm. So there's definitely a barrier there to say, in order to be funded in this program, it needs to be a water trail. But I think the slippery slope that exists is if we do deem this as eligible, then this opens up the gate to have all fishing access sites be considered a trail side amenity. And then it creates a whole new avenue of projects that, if it's not technically a designated water trail, it becomes really hard to put this into the eligible category. Are there comments, concerns about this?
No, but could that be mentioned in the application
Yes.
instructions?
Yeah. And thanks, Madeline, because that does bring up the guidelines document that Trail Stewardship has. We tried the best to continue to customize it, and I think this cycle has allowed us to, next year, we'll have a lot more pointed information when it comes to specifics like this.
I think that's just a quick note, good discussion for more discussion
Mhm.
later, whether internally or as far as the next stack, because I know there's been some internal on RTP too, like what does this mean?
Right.
For the state and how we want to manage that. So I think that's just noting good discussion
Mhm.
that we should have at some point.
Yeah. And I think what would be coupled with this too is when we do get the time to come up with some sort of technical assistance training to say, hey, water trails are tough to get to, but here's where you start, and here's the process. Because right now we're not providing that. So I think the first thing we can do is provide some technical assistance to say, you're gonna have to get in touch with the Park Service because they're the gatekeepers for designating water trails, and then provide the steps from there.
I don't know what makes a water trail, but I know that we had one grant yesterday from Trout Unlimited, which I'm guessing that because it was Trout Unlimited, it was near a river. Does that impact that?
No,
at all?
so with the water trails, it would be like a kayaking
Mhm.
trail or something. This was an actual foot trail
Right,
Mhm.
okay.
that happened to be next to a waterway. So.
Yeah.
So that doesn't make it a water trail. just
No, to be a
next
water trail, it has to be like a kayaking, canoeing, boating.
Got it, okay,
situation.
that helps, all right,
Yeah.
cool.
And I think, just for context, I don't know for sure, but the only water trail that I am familiar with is the canoeing trail in Sealy Lake. And I think that's maybe one of the only designated water trails in the state.
Yeah.
There might be one on Fort Peck Lake somewhere, but I'm not sure.
That's good.
Beth has her hand raised.
Oh. Yeah, Beth, go ahead.
Beth,
Good
you can go
morning.
ahead.
Yeah, hi, everybody. Thanks, Tom, for just providing a little more context to that. And this is not the first time that we have seen some of these proposals where it's along a river or a creek or some type of water feature. But if it's a trail, essentially, you know, it's literally just an access point. It's not necessarily, doesn't have necessarily a point A to point B trail connection. It's kind of difficult to really deem this as an eligible project, both out of RTP as well as trail stewardship. We used to see some of our fishing access sites in the past come in through RTP with requests like this, and there are some other funding sources. So I just want to make sure people are aware, in case you hear from your community members about other possible solutions here. So the DJ Dingle Johnson funding is a funding source that comes through federally through Fish, Wildlife and Parks. And so that is a source of funding that could perhaps be used for a lot of these water access points. And as long as watercraft is allowed, that's one of the major stipulations with being able to use DJ funding. The other funding source is Coast Guard funding. There's an actual grant program. We're using that right now at Frenchtown Pond outside of Missoula. It's a little bit of, it's a funding source I'm not super familiar with, but we are able to tap into the Coast Guard funding source as well, especially if it does provide some ADA opportunities. So just wanted to provide a little bit more details there. And yeah, I think the whole water trail discussion is probably better maybe for the summer meeting, because it could easily be a topic unto itself. There's a whole lot of steps, including community involvement in a planning process. And actually Stephanie Adams, as the Rec Trails program manager, is the one in the state that initially any water trail designation requests would go through Stephanie for her support as that trail administrator for Montana. And then it goes through some next steps to the National Park Service and beyond. So just wanted to give a little more detail there if helpful.
Beth, this is Bob. Dave Landstrom up in Region 1 at one point, I had seen a map of a kayak trail on Flathead Lake that was considered a water trail. Is that designated, or was that just a Fish, Wildlife and Parks thing?
I don't know that it's officially designated. I am not sure either. I need to look. We'd have to check with the National Park Service to even determine if that Seeley Lake canoe trail that Tom mentioned. I don't know that it's officially, you know, from the federal perspective designated either. I think it'd be awesome if we could actually go through some designation processes. We're also working on the Lower Yellowstone River corridor in eastern Montana, and you know, we're sort of coining it a water trail as far as that Lower Yellowstone stretch, but we haven't gone through the steps, and it does really take a lot of that community involvement in order to start that entire process. So there's just a lot of procedural steps to go through.
Okay, and then just the other project that is deemed ineligible, but there are potential other funding sources were the Chippewa Cree Natural Resources.
Oh, no.
Will stack, you scored this at the very bottom, so don't be too sad. But this is a campground, and so it's eligible for LWCF funding, but because it was a campground and it's to flood mitigation by installing a culvert, it doesn't hit the eligibility criteria for trail stewardship. But when I do reach out to them, I'll be able to provide them LWCF information, and that cycle will open in the fall.
What is L?
Land and Water Conservation Fund. So they provide a lot of funding for recreational infrastructure that's just kind of in place. So,
And it was a big ask.
so we're down to 51 projects to review. And I think let's jump into it. So starting with the highest scored project from stack averages, we have Wild Montana, a volunteer trail crew, 6 multi-day maintenance projects across the state, requesting 15,000. At a score of 47. So let's just open it up to kind of what folks saw the positive impact of this project being.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, part of this was that there was so much being done for so little money.
Mhm.
That to me just was like, there's got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fairly significant locations
Mhm.
around the state that are being addressed with, I want to say their ask is 15,000, is that
Yep.
right?
Mhm.
That's what stood out to me. And I mean, across the board, they scored really high for me. The only thing I scored even a tiny bit low, I think, was just because of the rubric.
Mhm.
Yeah, this one's kind of an.
Yep. And so nice to have to have, seems like a have to have. And then in terms of full or partial funding, it is a pretty modest request for a lot of work being done. And it's the highest scoring, so it seems like this would be recommended for full.
This is Brenda. It was helpful yesterday when you gave us the grant or application number. If that's possible.
I could do that.
On web grants.
I could do it. I look up this number, 124904.
124904.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure that's the number. Check to make sure, because I don't want to yell them all out. Believe that I have it.
Okay, well, in the meantime, we'll move to the second highest score, which is Winter Wildlands Alliance, Bridger Mountain Sign and Weed Treatment Project. Requesting 52,000, some change. There was a lot going on in this project and it was a strong application. So I'm curious what people think what was taken out as the kind of the positive impact of this project.
Can you
I
give
have the
a
same
number, please?
Sure, 125018. Somebody confirm that I'm yelling out the right numbers. 125018. This one had 40 trails in it.
Mhm.
And again, it was like 40 trails. The whole rest of it scored really high. And again, it's just that one, I think I scored a 3 on whatever the second to last was. And that, I believe, is just rubric related. I like what that was.
I scored them high.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, I
was
think
my
the
highest.
maintenance part,
Yeah.
One of
was
the
the only one I
4 seed
scored.
trails, sustainability was the only one that scored low on
and
Tom,
these ones,
I scored it high throughout also. And I found it interesting. So many, we talked yesterday about how it appeared that either the guidelines weren't clear or they just didn't understand the importance of plans. But this project nailed it on identifying plans that identified the needs I mentioned in this application. And it is diverse use, non-motorized, motorized, and all winter and summer use.
Yep.
Yeah. And the budget narrative was really
Yeah,
very detailed.
I would use them as an example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is also a good example of a collaborative project because Winter
Yes.
Wildlands is collaborating with 3 or 4 other organizations, one being the Forest Service, and I think promoting partnerships and having crossover between organizations is good. Bob, just on the plan comment, just on that topic, I think that, yeah, there are some applicants that get it, and then there are some that really miss the bill. And I think what's interesting is it's essentially a layup because all you need to do is reference the state comprehensive outdoor recreation plan, like it's right there for you. It comes directly out of FWP. And so like every application has the possibility of referencing the SCORP. And then also referencing something that's regional or local. And so I think, you know, I don't think that in any technical assistance training, I need to be explicitly telling folks that, but when you do see an example of a application such as this that does just nail the, like how it aligns to strategic plans at a state, a regional and a local level, it does kind of show you, and I think that for us is a vote of confidence because they're aware of what's going on outside of their immediate area and outside their immediate trails, and that's like a testament to them, and I think that's who we want to be investing in.
Yeah,
so
Tom, you just mentioned the SCORP, the State Comprehensive Outdoor Recreation Plan. That can apply to almost every application we have. And it was mentioned very few times. And then so many of these projects, they have a forest plan, a travel plan, where U.S. Forest Service properties, BLM properties, and so on. So it really confounded me that so many of them missed those points.
Yeah. Agreed. And yeah, so just moving through, finishing winter wildlands. In terms of full or partial funding, what are folks' thoughts here?
Yeah, I would go for full, but
I mean, it's hard to say because we run out too soon.
Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's
You know,
the
I
point.
think-
Yeah.
What was their partial funding?
Please
narrative?
prioritize sign and kiosk components of this project. A reduced but still funded weed treatment component would also be appreciated. We will adjust the scope and scale of this project proportional to the amount of funding received.
So they're
So they
well-
can scale it down.
Yeah.
Yep.
They can. And that was another thing that I thought was good, that they indicated so clearly what they prioritized.
Mhm. That
I
is
wrote
nice.
down the funds, what went to what, and if I look, we had almost 28,000 in materials and then 21,500 in contractor services. So there's how, maybe it's delineated further, you have it up.
I just don't, the budget,
They break it down really well, like
Okay.
Yeah.
how much each type of sign and kiosk is gonna cost.
Yeah.
It'd be
Yeah.
very easy to be like, okay, well, we can do like this 5.
I'd say if.
Yeah,
if-
that
if
narrative
I would
was really good.
prioritize how they asked
Yeah.
to be prioritized
Yeah,
and
give 'em a high-
leave some funds
Mhm.
for, because there really were so many good ones.
Okay, and I think this too, if it's indicated in their application, or we just know, like we talked about yesterday, there are a few organizations that we know are just high capacity organizations that have an endowment. So I think I'll make a note of that so that it's, full in the best case scenario, but based on capacity and what they've indicated, partial can work.
Yeah.
This is a low impact when you do reduce.
Mhm.
It doesn't kill the project.
Right.
That's the nice part, yeah.
Okay, great. Moving on to 3, Beaverhead Deer Lodge. Esler Lake and Tent Lakes Trail Improvement Project.
Highest scoring.
That's number 125011.
So what did folks see the positive impact of this project being?
yeah, gosh, it's hard to remember all these.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Try
like,
to go to it real quick.
Yeah.
I like that they had a lot of, people with disabilities, elderly, young children, accessibility to high mountain lakes, which is kind of unusual.
And but this is it promotes access, but it's not technically ADA.
No, that's
Right.
my remark. I
Oh.
had that too. Not really for disabled people.
I'm gonna ask this question because I didn't totally understand it, when Hope was talking about it, but this one is a 2-year project. And
Mhm.
isn't it possible to fund partial
Mhm.
that could get them through 1 year and there'd be funds. I know she said something about not doing a tiered approach, and I don't know if that's what she means. But to me, this one, because it's a 2-year project, possibly a part, just trying to spread the funds, could we fund like the
Mhm.
first part of their project?
Right.
And
They're not
and-
asking for much, though.
well,
And they indicate under their partial funding that they rather have the heavy construction goals met for 2024 instead of what they intend to do in 2023.
So thank you, Alice, for
Tom?
bringing this. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Bob.
The tiering question that just came up. This advisory committee can advise the department on only funding 1 year if we choose to. The tiering that Hope was talking about was the fact that we only have 900 and some thousand dollars. In other words, we could approve those projects down to where the $940,000 is used up. And then we could hold the next one in priority order and take some of the money out of fiscal year 2024 budget and fund some of these applications that we're considering now. That was the tiering that Hope was talking about.
Right. Which
But
we're
this
not.
committee can advise the department on only funding 1 year if we so choose.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this brings up a topic that we had talked about in the internal review committee was, trail stewardship was set up to fund boots on the ground projects and get that money into small community projects as quickly as possible. And so I think when we looked at kind of project implementation, if they took it really slow for 2023 and then said they're going to get going in 2024, we kind of said, well, we want to get this money out and invest it and have it on the ground in 2023, if possible. And I think from a grant management perspective, there are a lot of projects that linger, but the projects that are, the best from a grant management prospect is that they start, they finish, they submit a reimbursement invoice for the whole thing in 8 months and it's case closed, and we've got a trail improvement on the ground and that project is closed. So I think one thing to consider too today with these projects is, are they getting things done this summer and this fall and this coming winter, 23, 24, or are they really trying to just lock this money up and have it for 2024, in which that case we can tell them to come back next year and request that money in the next cycle.
And when you do that, can you tell them that their work on the grant submission was exemplary, right? Like you can say,
Yeah,
you scored very high.
right.
We would have funded it if it had been the majority of the
Yeah.
money in 2024.
Yeah.
This is why we didn't.
Mhm.
I don't think it's an essential project.
Right.
It's something that can be delayed a year without too much. Some of these projects really need.
Yeah.
They're reliant on the next phase of their,
Mhm.
like if we put them out of their phased approach, then we really set them back. This one,
Yeah.
I feel like, even though they
Well,
scored really high.
Right.
this is separated out really well, though. It's really easy to look at this application and see what do they need for 2023.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would say
Fund them for
2023. I think that seems.
I had a
Maybe
question about the cash
$5,000.
match. Maybe somebody can explain it to me. Because they have figures that don't add up to the match, the cash match. They said match at all. And so I was wondering how they had come to that.
So I understand where that's coming from, but we're only on application 3. And so I don't want us to dive into budgets. I think we want to
Okay.
stay at what's the positive impact? Is this
All right.
nice or is it nice to have to have?
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
full and partial.
Accepted.
And I'll just piggyback onto what Stephanie had mentioned yesterday. Those types of details are the pieces that staff can really do. And we can call them and get those questions answered. That's the nitty gritty that we have to pay the
And
staff to do.
I would say that's exactly where I was aiming yesterday when
Yes.
I said I want more rubric on that kind of issue.
Mhm.
Like, I want to be able to score their match. I want to be able
Mhm.
to score their budget. I want and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think what we should do is leave it to the staff, once they put the numbers together, if they can squeeze the $5,700 out. But
I don't know where you're getting 57. I see 9,000.
Oh, let's not jump. I think we're
Okay.
trying to avoid this.
Yeah, okay,
Um,
sorry.
Let's keep moving. There's a lot more
tempting, though.
published before noon today.
Yeah.
So, and as we know, once we get down the list, it gets a little bit harder. So these are the easy ones.
Yeah,
Let's
these are.
kinda-
So FWP number 4 here, FWP Region 7. This is Medicine Rock State Park night sky viewing project.
Oh, yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, really strong,
It's on my
well
list
put
of
together
places to
application.
visit.
Positive impacts that folks saw from this.
Now, the whole nighttime sky thing is a good thing. I think, you know, it's.
Yeah. I think it's one of the only, with the exception of Glacier, it's one of the only approved night
Yeah.
skies in the state.
Yeah, I found their layout and their maps and everything really good. I
Yes.
remember
Well
seeing that.
defined.
Yeah, just, that was very well done. I mean, it's relatively low cost too. So
Yeah.
it's like, yeah.
This is
And I-
Brenda. Oh, sorry.
Yep.
I have a little bit more insight that, of course, I mentioned yesterday the Montana Trail to the Stars. This is really the anchor location in the state and certainly in eastern Montana because of its status of being a night sky, dark sky sanctuary. When this whole project started, and I know that it's a really great one because it takes FWP and Commerce together to do this. Medicine Rocks is a day use only park. There's camping, there's primitive camping, but there is not a reservation system. The best sky viewing currently involves, if there are people, technically if they're not camping, they're violating that day use. So where this parking lot is the solution that Brian Berkey and the folks out of Miles City came up with, is to create this parking lot so there's not conflict between the folks who are staying at the campsites and maybe not night sky viewing and others coming in and out, and also to avoid them using the park illegally. So I think it's almost, you know, if it doesn't get funded, I think the negative impact would be that, and I don't know this, and maybe Beth does, but that you couldn't do night sky viewing if you weren't a camper. So there's a lot more in depth to it. So, but it sounds like everyone likes it anyway. And of course, I think it's a great project.
And I think it helps disperse the funding across the state,
Yep.
which I think is super important. So, I mean, if you can fund this one fully, that's my recommendation.
Yeah.
I'd say full fund.
Yeah, and I think, thanks Brenda, because it really does present a very clear case on how it's going to reduce an existing user conflict, which was folks driving through the campground at 1 a.m.
Yeah,
to look through a telescope. And so this is it has positive impacts in a number of ways, and one is conflict reduction for sure.
I found their budget narrative a little on the short side.
Okay,
not
I think we're
detailed
going to
enough.
avoid the budgets.
Oh, yeah, I was not going the numbers. It was just a comment I had on the application, excuse me. I will
So
not mention it anymore.
Five Valleys Land Trust, number 5.
This is also a 2-year project
Well, no, there's a just guy, though.
that if we could do
Moved on
partial,
already. Okay.
if you could look at partial.
Mhm.
I love the educational aspect that they touched on here. And it could just be that the wording, a lot of places may do this, it's just how they, the living classroom, I like that.
Mhm.
Yeah, idea. So even if it's just the way they're wording it, I think it's going to impact really getting groups of folks out there for that education purpose.
Mhm.
Yeah, great application.
So I think Five Valleys, this is the first application we're running across today that is also aligned for funding with RTP.
Right.
And I think they're aligned for full funding for RTP, is that?
If not full, close to full.
Mhm.
They were our top scorers.
Okay, number 1.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is like, I think this is really like the crux of today is we're gonna start starting now, we're gonna start running into a lot of projects that are aligned for, if not full, partial funding from RTP. Very strong application from Five Valleys Land Trust, but as we know, this is also a high capacity organization. And as Alice said, it's a project that really doesn't get going until 2024. There's some preliminary stuff this calendar year of 23, but it looks like all of the trail building and the creation of it wouldn't happen until the following summer. And so this is kind of that tightrope of, well, it scored well, but they are aligned for funding for a completely separate project with RTP. And then it's also, couldn't we, you know, how would we feel about just coming back to them and saying, hey, great application, just seal this and submit it again next year, kind of. You know, how does that land with folks?
And Brian, is there some port that we do want to fund for 2023?
I'm sorry.
Is there some planning piece that we want to fund for this year?
They've asked for 12.5. I mean, I know you don't want to get into budget, but they have asked.
I mean, that's just, that's the kind of thing I
out of
think
the
we should talk about.
62.5.
And just very quickly like that, to say, if you can do a 2023 component
Yeah.
and give them that, and then say, take the rest of it and file it next year.
Yeah.
I like that.
I'd say if possible to do 12.5, if you guys could look at that at the end, that would be my recommendation.
Yeah. Yeah.
So with these types of projects, I'll put the note of partial funding 2023 portion. So then when we do go back and put together this proposed funding award, it's these ones that I have noted, partial 2023, will kind of align with that. But
Taking that, doing that, you really get the numbers down fast.
yep. So Capital Trail Vehicle Association coming in here at number 6. This was Big Belt's motorized and non-motorized trailhead relocations, requesting $57,000 and some change.
That was with the private property issue, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta recommend you do it. Fund it fully. I mean,
Okay.
gosh, what a,
What's the number on it?
It has an ADA problem now.
I noticed that too.
Someone online, go ahead.
What's the number on it?
Oh,
125
Yeah.
040.
Thank
It
you.
had an, NIDA trail meets the accessibility standards or requirements. So I don't know if that is something that I will not go to the budget. It needs to be looked at.
but the positive impact here is it's reducing a private public
Yeah,
land
that is a
conflict.
real
conflict,
positive,
yeah.
yeah.
shutting these trails down without this.
Yeah.
They wrote a good grant.
Yeah.
They wrote a good grant.
And so it's maintaining access that would be currently threatened if relocating these trailheads didn't take place.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so this seems like it's more of a have to have than a nice to have.
The other good aspect of this one is that this is, yes, a motorized club. And yet they decided to also add a trail that is non-motorized designated to do the rehab work and access work on that trail also.
Yep.
So they're trying to do work for motorized on one trail and non-motorized on another.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good one.
Great. So I have that down recommended for full.
Yeah.
Lincoln County, that's the one that's ineligible for.
Yep. So skipping 7 and moving to 8, Bridger Ski Foundation. Community Nordic Trails venue preparation facilities and general stewardship. 21,000 and some change is requested. I think this is another organization that has applied to RTP, is lined up for funding with RTP. This is a separate package of trails that they work with. Positive impacts of this project that people walked away with.
These are pretty highly used trails. I mean, they're in, you know, it's pretty highly used trails. My negative part was I didn't see that the maintenance was directly addressed. But I think we kind of know what they mean to do
Yes.
because they're repeat. The 42 miles of trails, and they're all, you know, even, I mean, I use these trails when I'm in that area.
Yeah, it's a high use.
They're high use trails.
I think getting to kind of circling back to a little bit of the conversation yesterday about maintenance and long-term viability. Does anyone have concerns that, you know, these grants are funding the same maintenance year in and year out? And we also, I think we run into another kind of high capacity conversation here. Do we think this is a have to have project or a nice to have project?
No, I think this is a have to have project, really. And I think the maintenance is
Why would it be a have to have?
because it's so highly used. And so it's important that these trails are in the shape they need to be. And also, I think with maintenance issue, maybe that's another thing that can be in the guidelines and for a conversation for this summer. That applications year after year after year for the same maintenance of the same trails should be reconsidered in the way they apply for their grants, maybe.
So I
But
would
that would be
say,
a summer project.
Bob, maybe you can help me out here, but it's like this always comes up where we talk about, you know, grooming of trails, whether it's ski or snowmobile. I mean, these come up every year. We fund them every year. And I would say until the state figures out a way to fund these through other taxes or trail passes or something in a more, you know, cohesive way, it's like, this is the way Montana trails get groomed. I don't see how it doesn't. You know, it's like, unfortunately, our legislature made the trail pass $20 for 2 years for motorized. And it's like, there's just not very much money pouring in, you know, it's like, so it's like, that's what they did. That's what we got to work with. And that's why all these groups are pouring into these programs. And it is what it is.
And really, their budget request is not that high.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bob.
I agree with Mark wholeheartedly, especially winter trails. We're going to see that year after year. And when we wrote the draft bill for this, that was included in the draft materials that went into Senate Bill 24. In fact, we're talking winter trails now, but we're going to be facing maintenance of trails year round. And it's darned important that we put this money into continued maintenance, or many of those trails are going to disappear. So I wouldn't personally, I think we should definitely honor year after year maintenance of trails. That's the only way we're going to keep some of them open.
So they've asked for 21, they haven't asked for a lot, but you know, it does seem like there are some things in there. I know we're not talking budget, but really honestly, everything boils down to what we're trying to fund, right? So there seems like there's some things in there that could be cut. So, and I don't know how well established this group is, but they are working with the health, you know, they're connecting with the hospital, and there's some places that they could go to.
And they're in an affluent area.
It's a community that's not gonna run out of funds.
Right. And so I would recommend partial.
That's kind of
I
where
don't
the
disagree
internal
with
committee.
Bob or you.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I get it. Funds are limited. So, I mean,
So
you know, just, yeah, if you want, you know, take some small amount off the top just to free it up. I'm cool. Yeah.
I agree with that also.
I do too.
Me too.
Me too.
And I think that's something to just keep in the back of our minds is this is the most competitive cycle we've had. And so we do have to take into consideration what resources would be available in the community outside of trail stewardship funding as well. When we're, we want to honor strong applications and continued maintenance, but we also, we need to be pretty savvy with the resources that we have to allocate.
I agree.
The one thing I just wanted to ask, because I was going through yesterday's handout and I'd like to know where we are or where we were with the 30-40-30 split on these. And it's going to change violently, I realize, so
Yeah.
with what we're talking about.
But
So
we don't have to do that with this stack.
it is actually part of that is the recommended piece of the Senate Bill 24 was a 30-40-30 split.
It was recommended, or was it part of?
I don't
how we're
know
scoring?
exactly. Bob, is it, last year I was told it was required, so.
That was the intent of the legislature, and every time we talk to the legislature and the committees and on the floor, the 30-30-40, similar to RTP, was expressed. And the only variation from RTP was that if one category couldn't meet their 30 or 40%, that money could be used in another category.
Okay.
Now, what confounds me, and I hate bringing this up, but I will, is the fact that the department has chosen not to follow the intent. The 30-30-40 isn't specifically in the law as it came out of the legislature. So Fish, Wildlife and Parks, through legal advice, has chosen, not always, to concur with what the intent was. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
So if you look,
I know we did last year and I'm very happy about that.
Well, I think you need to talk to Hope.
Okay.
well, if you look at our applicant pool this year, 53 applications, and I believe it says it on the bottom of that slide. I think only 13 were
Motorized.
But
I'm curious the dollar values.
Yeah.
That's
So
the numbers of apps are almost meaningless compared to the dollar value.
Okay, well, I think the thing is we're gonna try and follow the 30-30-40 as much as possible, but we're not handcuffed to it like RTP is just based on the requirements there. And some of these projects that are motorized that score low for TSP, like we said, are gonna get shuffled over to RTP, and that's a benefit to keep them in compliance. And we just don't have the requests to even hit 30%. So it gives us that flexibility. And we honor the 30-30-40, but we understand that we right now don't have the applicant requests from
That, but the important thing here is that as I'm looking through the list, if a motorized request is in here, even though it's scored low, it should be bubbled to the top to make that 30%. You should follow the intent there.
Yes.
Okay.
And then in a competitive grant cycle, if we look at we can jump to the bottom of this list of how the stack scored. There's a lot of motorized projects. And so I think that provides this window into the notion that, we need to provide more technical assistance. I think that when you look at the quality of applications, there can be some improvement in that regard. And I think that's something to work on this summer, is do some targeted outreach with the motorized community. And I think kind of aligning.
That's fine. I really want to stick to how are we going to, stick to the intent of the legislation. So that's
Tom and Mark, and this is for Stephanie Brown too, since you're fairly new. I recall now the reason that the department chose to try to hit the 30-30-40 as close as possible is that Hope Stockwell talked with the sponsor of Senate Bill 24, Senator Terry Gauthier, and he specifically told her, yes, that was in everything he talked about and was the intent of the bill. So I think that's why Hope tried to stick with 30-30-40 as close as possible.
Thank you. Yeah, I would just, refer back to Tom. It is certainly there. We're looking to honor that. We're very well aware of it. Seth MacArthur, our OHV program manager, is very well aware of it as well, and has been sure to make it known to us. So we do honor that. I think that the challenge that we run into, which is the same that we ran into with our discussions at the end of the day yesterday with RTP, is that the quality of a couple of these applications is
Low. I get it.
very challenging. So I think that a lot of that comes back to some of the outreach and technical assistance and grant writing assistance that we can help with and want to.
So that's all great. And so I think right now we have to
Yeah.
maybe turn a slightly blind eye to the quality on some of those and just say, let's stick to the rules
Sure.
within the program.
But
They met the eligibility, so.
And turning that blind eye too, if they can be shuffled over to RTP to even
yes.
expand more funding.
Right.
I think that's that internal piece
Right.
where if it's not in rule today
Right.
necessarily, but how can we also expand access across the board to help provide funding for more organizations this year?
So the last piece, and I don't want to belabor this
Yeah.
because I know we're under time crunch. If we do push a number of them over, what happens to what we decided yesterday?
Yeah.
Now, so then you end up, instead of 481,000 or whatever the number was that we had in RTP, now all of a sudden you end up with 500 or 600. Are you going to start crunching them down proportionately to make that meet? Or are you going to stick with those fully funded and push these over? And how are you going to fund those in RTP? That's
So I
what
think
wanna
we're
know.
gonna first fund as much as we can. Like how we kind of determined, like, these are gonna get fully funded, I'm gonna stick to that. And then I think at the end of the day, we have like $60,000 that we have to spend in motorized, that's
Right.
not put towards something. So I'm estimating there to be about $60,000 to $70,000 where we're gonna be like, hey, TSB, do you have any projects that are eligible to be funded?
Yeah.
And we can work with them to make them eligible for RTP.
Now, and that's where I would probably say I get just that little bit of heartburn where we tag all of the avalanche centers as fully motorized. And so that's where I go, they should be pushed back to diversified at half and half. And, and more motorized freed up
I guess
for true motorized.
the way it's set up right now, I fear that if we actually push them to a diversified, they would get less funding or none because of that funding constraint. Because right now, we're able to fund them because of that motorized piece. But if we push them to diversified, all that money that gets freed up is motorized.
Right.
So it has to go somewhere else.
But
It's definitely a shell game. and
it is,
And
but
I
I'm
think
just
you
saying,
have-
I'm looking through the list already and I'm going, there's a pretty good chunk of money that's motorized, that's
And
way
and
down, so.
I appreciate all of this, but I also think that there just isn't as many motorized applications. There's this huge number of diversified
Get it,
applications,
but
right?
the rules say 30%.
I get.
The rules for
the
RTP do,
rules.
and those are recommendations for TSP. I think we're also getting into this component of, this is a competitive grant cycle that probably should be based on merit rather than entitlement. And I think when there is a component of entitlement, there's a lack of effort. And I think there was a definite lack of effort in a lot of these applications that we saw.
I wouldn't disagree with that, but this brings me right back to the big argument I had 2 years ago, where we counted the avalanche centers and it to the detriment of the motorized community.
So I think, again, we have to defer this to our summer conversation.
We have to get to these, we have to get to trail steward. We're talking about RTP. We have to talk about trail stewardship. We're only on 8.
But it's affecting both. And this gets into where we, I just lost my train of thought. I apologize. So it's just like, let's move on. But I'm just telling you, it's like, let's move on.
All right, number 9, Powell County. Resurfacing and weed management of the old Yellowstone Trail, requesting $75,000.
This was one that they, prices went higher. So where they, not the sob story, but where prices went exceeded what they had, originally had in an earlier project. And my question is, this was funded yesterday. Is it the exact same thing? They're just looking for rollover funds, or is this?
It's mileage, so it's like RTP is like mile 0 through 3, and then TSP's request
Got
is
it.
like an additional couple
So
miles.
this is additional 2.4 miles.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think with RTP, based on the discussion yesterday, we'll probably be looking at funding them at 75%, which I did really basic fast math, so it's not gonna be perfect, but maybe they requested 3.9 miles of trail, and we might only be able to fund like 2.5, 2.75 miles of trail.
And I think this runs potentially therefore into the 2023 versus 24. So if they are getting funded at 75% from RTP for the first portion of the trail, then that's going to be the first phase of the project. And so this is phase 2, which conceivably wouldn't be addressed until 2024.
I guess too, I would ask, one of the things that you started us out with was, is this an essential project? Like, is this something that we need to add to the database of trail projects? Is this something that, weed mitigation is really important.
This is install crush aggregate surface for 2.4 miles.
Why did I think?
And they had already applied for RTP
There's
for
some way to put it.
3.4 miles. So this is an additional
management.
2.4 miles. And
Right.
I think you're right that we could probably just say, get your 3.4 miles or whatever, 75% of that done, and then come back for more later. That would be my.
It's a good
thought.
project, yeah, and well-written app.
Yeah.
It's a good project, well-written app, but it seems like it's more of a nice to have than a have to have this fiscal year. And really the work that they've put in is not lost, because this is the application that they can have ready for the next cycle. Okay, moving on to number 10, Mineral County Rails to Trails, trail improvement and a new construction in Mineral County. This is on the Great American Rail Trail. This area is west of Missoula. And I think there's a partnership with a private landowner in this, which is really positive. And I think it's bringing in seasonal porta potties, which it reduces resource damage and conflict, because I think that's, unfortunately, human waste is becoming a bigger issue with these higher use areas. And so it is not a glamorous thing, but it's a really necessary feature to start putting into recreation infrastructure. What do folks think about the positive impact of this project?
May I ask what RAISE stand for?
RAISE. So RAISE grants are out of the U.S. Department of Transportation. I don't know what the acronym stands for, but they're about community connectivity and their mobility grants. And so I know that an effort that is aligned with this application is, I think, from Butte, Silverbow County to Mineral County and everything in between, Granite and Missoula and Powell. There's a collaborative between those county outdoor open space and trail departments, and they have put in for a really substantial request to fill the gaps of the Great American Rail Trail from Butte to Missoula. And so I think this technically falls out of that request, but it would be the connection that would fill that from which would be the next goal, I think, is from Missoula through Mineral County to the Hiawatha.
Yeah. I don't get where you're talking about the human waste portion of this. This is just resurfacing stuff, right?
They asked for rental equipment, for a seasonal rental of, porta potties. For Mineral County, Rails to Trails.
I'm looking at that one, I guess, maybe,
I'm pretty sure, I mean, unless,
well, I have design and engineering, construction materials.
oh yeah, that is one
materials,
component
And
of
I thought
this.
this had 4 different segments that they're looking at putting building, basically,
Porta
I guess.
potties will be checked and pumped out weekly. So they are, I do see mention of porta potties.
Mhm.
And
So-
that's not for construction people, I guess, okay. I'll
The design and engineering component of this, that's not eligible for TSP, so this would have to be partial funding just on the fact that they're asking for a small portion of design and engineering, which is ineligible. Just based on trail stewardship requirements.
So,
But I think that's only a couple thousand. But it sounds like generally folks are in support that this is kind of a have project and is beneficial for trail stewardships.
I think
it all
it's
in
great to
2023?
see Mineral County apply for. a
I think
grant.
so.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I really like their timeline was really well documented.
Mhm.
So it seems very feasible.
Mhm.
I think it's a good one.
Great.
This is a great project too. I wrote a letter of support for them, for their application for the RAISE grant. So it's an excellent project.
Great.
Lots of good connections.
Yeah, good connections and good partnerships within this, just with private land, DNRC and the Mineral County Rails to Trails organization, and then the partnerships with just the general rail to trail effort across those counties.
Yeah.
Number 11, City of Whitefish, Whitefish River Trail Restoration and Trailside Facility Project, requesting $40,000. And said that they would not accept partial funding.
Yeah, I never like that when they say that. It's kind of like that they want to force your hand to fund them.
Yeah.
It might be that it's all dependent, like they may not be able to scale it. I can't remember.
So what did folks see as the positive impact of this, this particular project within their existing river trail system?
this was repair and improve, so I kind of didn't have, I wouldn't say. There are also, their timeline goes through 2024.
Mhm.
So I gave them high scores. This was really well written, and I think
Yeah.
it's, of course, if I said it, is this necessary? Could they wait? Probably they could wait.
Mhm.
That was my thought.
Yeah.
I didn't write that, but I remember the application.
I would have said this was a nice to have.
Mhm.
There's plenty of other trails people can
Mhm.
utilize to get around Whitefish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't spend a ton of time up that way, so.
Yeah.
You come down by me.
You know, the city of Whitefish, the tourism
Yeah,
tax.
they do have
and
that.
I'm just wondering if they
Yeah.
can't try to get their city to actually fund this.
Mhm.
I mean, the improvements that Whitefish gets from that tourism tax are.
Yeah.
Huge.
I like their application a lot.
Yeah.
I think it's an important project. I think doing the
Yeah.
mitigation and
Just talking, we think it's more of a stream bank restoration.
Yeah,
Right.
and that makes them eligible for,
Waterways or something.
yeah, there's a grant program in fisheries that they'd be eligible for. But yes, yeah, because right now it's just a dirt tread down to the river underneath the
Yeah.
walking bridge that they want to turn into like a nice rock feature and do that design, but it
No, it's
seems like
also
need
against
is-
erosion,
yep.
you know.
And that's where it would become eligible for stream
Yeah.
restoration funding.
No funding.
great. I would steer them that way and in a fund,
Mhm.
because it's 40,000, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Tom, when you,
Vacation's not
I don't envy you writing letters to some of these grant applicants that did such a good job, but I hope you'll encourage them to apply in the future when we have more money available.
Yes. Thanks, Bob. I think, I think the tone of these denial letters are just gonna say, we had an incredibly competitive cycle. 2.6 in requests and less than $1 million to distribute. And I think based on kind of what we just talked about, they have their unique local tourism tax. I think compared to some of the other grant applications we're seeing, I think we can safely say that we're gonna identify higher levels of need in other communities across the state. All right, so number 12 here, Custer Gallatin, Yellowstone Ranger District. This is 2024-25 winter motorized trail maintenance on the Ranger District. Requesting 38, pretty much $39,000 to fund 2 positions. This is to fund staff.
This is another 2-year one.
Yep.
Yeah.
So my notes were, it's a lot of trail. It's necessary for snowmobiling. And could we do the first year?
Mhm.
Is it diversified then, or is it all motorized?
I think it's all motorized because it's funding the rangers who would be out doing trail maintenance and making contacts.
So that's where you have to take the recommendation
Yeah.
of the intent
Mhm.
into account, and maybe you do 75%.
I was gonna say 50 and just do the first year.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Just, you know, that.
Yep.
and chop it in half.
And I think they are lined up to get funded with RTP this year too. Oh, they're not.
No, not this.
Oh, no, okay. Okay, well, that's good to know.
So we're-
So, yeah, I think
we're
this
also
is a
kind of-
have to have. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. I mean, we're kind of back to where we were yesterday with some of the other conversations about flood damage and whether or not there's funding available, because they're talking a lot about the flood damage. And Kent wasn't always able to fill us in, but I mean, I think that it's an important impact, but it's also kind of one of the ways to look at it. Like, are there other funding sources for this one?
Mhm.
Well, this is for winter snowmobiling.
This is for
though.
winter maintenance.
This is
so-
specifically winter snowmobiling.
Oh, I'm looking at a different one. My apologies, from Yellowstone Ranger District. Sorry.
Oh, and I apologize. I think we were gonna 50% fund it.
Okay. So I think,
So
yeah,
they're getting RTP funding.
Yeah, and the RTP one is directed at the flood damage trails.
okay,
Then this is different, just in the sense that it's just
Yeah.
winter maintenance.
okay.
I think this is a must-have, but I think they could live with 50%
Yeah,
if they can get the first year done.
Great.
Sounds good.
Do they have, the only question, maybe Kent, sometimes the Forest Service, because of the way the budget works, they can't get at the money or they can't use it at
Yes,
the right
so
time. Is
there's
this one of
very
those?
often where the Forest Service can't use our money until the following year because of all their contracting
Yeah.
and
It does
figuring
take a
Is
long
staff
this
time.
one
levels.
easier to use then for them? Or is
It
always-
might be the same way because they still have to go through processes on their end to gear the money up.
But we wouldn't be hamstringing them by just saying you're only getting this year's funding. It sounds like.
No, I don't think so. It is a really involved process with the Forest Service. It takes like 5 months longer to get a contract out the door than with.
But that's
A
gonna be
smaller
that way
nonprofit.
regardless. I
Yeah.
don't
Right,
think it
yeah,
matters.
so,
I
yeah,
still
so if
think
we say
it's-
we're funding the first year and chop it in half, I think we're good.
Great. Okay, Friends of Thompson Park, winter grooming, really modest request of 3,520 here. Really strong application. It has a lot of good features to it. What are folks' thoughts?
Great organization.
Yeah, funding, so small.
Have to have full funding. Everyone okay with that?
Yeah,
It's
it's a
great
good project.
Great. Okay, moving along, Missoula County, Big Sky Perimeter Trail, Universal Trail Access Enhancements, requesting nearly $75,000. Positive impacts of this project that folks saw.
Take a second to get there.
Oh, yeah, Tower Street.
Wasn't there a lot of connection, interconnected stuff?
There's a lot of linkage to this
Yeah.
project. There's
Working with
also
ADA
a
was
direct
positive.
ADA component.
Yeah.
I've seen this park in the past. It's a very good project out kind of on the west side of town. They have an equestrian facility there that we partially funded with RTP money back in the 90s. And this ties right into that facility. It's a good project.
Yeah.
I believe this is also a 2-year project. So I mean, we have to cut so much.
Yeah.
That I personally, and all of these 2-year projects, when I was looking at the dollar amount, I just think we need to fund 1 year.
I think in our internal committee, we kind of really dissected this, and we thought that there's a lot of availability to fund that upfront ADA improvements, and address some of the linkages. But then, yeah, there's some components of the project that are waiting till next summer, and it seems like they could line up for partial funding to kind of get that essential work and access improvements out the door right away.
And I would agree with that. I think, as I'm looking through all of these applications and kind of seeing where to share the love, the projects that Missoula is getting would be, they're $450,000 worth of projects, actually almost 451,000. So partially funding would be better to, kind of share the wealth with other communities around the state.
They do link,
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt.
Thanks,
you,
Christy.
There's several schools linked here, so pushing them to, if we find out Sacred School is something they can apply for through
yeah.
federal,
Yeah.
this
good
would
point.
be a good one to push.
Good point.
Yeah.
As they have Big Sky High School and Target Range Elementary
Yeah.
are connected, so.
And I think Christy, brings up this point that we're gonna now start running into now that we're about a quarter of the way through the applications. We're gonna start to think, I think we want to start to think regionally. How many applications have we gotten from
Yeah.
the Missoula area, the
Yeah.
Flathead area, and things like that. And so that's definitely something that's gonna start to come into the conversation more.
I think too, though, you really have to take into account if this is building off of some kind of plan that they have
Yeah.
for their community, and if it's really integral to that. So, use your best judgment, but I would say plans are, if they're using a plan, it's good. Let's reward
Yes.
them
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah.
Again, given that we can split off the first part of it, and
Yeah,
give them that, get them going, that's all.
Great.
yeah.
Okay, I think let's move to City of Billings, and then we can take a quick break after this. So Rose Park Trail, enhancing recreation and connectivity, phase 2. So phase 1 is part of the RTP application that they had yesterday.
Where were we yesterday with that one?
So they were high ranking, we liked the project, we were considering safe ways to school. They did request either full funding or bust. So I think we're gonna first look at safe ways to school. If we think they'd be eligible, maybe pushing them towards them, otherwise full funding.
Although isn't there, I know they said that, but isn't there a way to? This one's another one that goes through 2 years. Isn't there a
Was
way to
RTP
kind of have a
original?
conversation with them about, the fact that there isn't that much money right now and what could you put off till?
Yeah, I think,
Later.
did they request
But big-
100,000 from?
This one is
Yeah.
75.
But 100.
I don't remember what the other one was. It's a lot of money
100.
put together.
So I'm curious, Christy and Brenda, and I'm sure you're familiar with these trails, where, you know, what's the need of improvements with the conditions currently?
This is a new trail.
Oh, is this a new trail? There was one that was, there's a lot of broken up, concrete and it's just, finished its life cycle. But then a new trail that would help get kids to school. So it is a nice to have, for one of the projects. I'm just trying to find the one, in our, without the numbers, it's really hard to find.
124875. And
Okay,
this is 0.13 miles or 430 feet of new trail, and then repair and rebuild some of the existing trail.
Wasn't this the one where they had to skirt around some things because they had two options designed out, like they could go the more direct
Yeah.
route, to go
right.
around something in their map. I really like the project.
Mhm.
I scored them pretty good. And, I did say from the construction timeline, that if they could wait for some of these funds, that's what I had partial funding.
And that's, let's see, they said partial funding, we could repair a few of the concrete squares in Rose Park, so the funding category for concrete could be reduced.
New trail is new trail, and there's not much you can do to reduce that.
Mhm.
I did see the pictures of the concrete.
Mhm.
Come back next
You know,
year.
Right. Well, and I think too, we're running into the notion of phase one, and then we're phase two here. So we know therefore it's a second level priority in relation to the RTP application. And I think Stephanie and I have been pretty aligned with talking about who's applied to both and who's getting funding. So it seems like if they get adequate funding from RTP this year, it could be a good opportunity to tell the city to keep this application packaged and get ready to represent it. And if not, there could be components to partially fund out of TSP if their RTP level right now maybe drops or something.
Yeah,
It's a big ask. Yeah, it's a large amount.
it is, yeah.
It's a great project.
All right, so maybe we take a break here for the next 7 minutes and we come back and get things rolling at 10 a.m.
Check your auction.
7 minutes.
filled seats in our first year that had 1 year left. And I think
Yes.
that's what happened,
Yes.
is that there were a couple, there was actually 3, because the other,
That was it. Yeah, we filled some.
All right, folks, we're back here. Those online, I just emailed you a reference to the internal scores. And here in the room, I'm gonna pass these out. You'll notice some differences. And I think this is to kind of, we're through 15 applications. We've got about 35 more to go.
No worries.
But
we're getting through 'em. It's
yeah,
pretty good.
this is
Not today.
this internal score average is for context. So yeah, I think, we're 2 hours in the meeting. And I think we've already come across some really big conversation topics that it's good for all of us to get on the same page and start moving towards some clarity. And I think we're already kind of lining out some things that need to be addressed in our next meeting. So that's great. And I think for, this second part of the meeting here, we'll probably be able to move through these applications a little more smoothly and efficiently, because we have tackled some pretty big topics already that are warranted, and they require critical thinking, and there's a lot of different opinions that go with them. And so thank you for being engaged in those conversations, and I think those are good. And we'll go in here, but I think we've made it over kind of the hump, and now we're moving into getting through these and continuing to address kind of the points that we're looking at with positive impact, nice and nice to have or have to have, and partial funding.
What was the outcome of City of Billings? What did we decide?
I think it's I have it down as a nice to have, and it's a potential partial funding, but if it gets full or significant funding from RTP, it would kind of get into the no category, so, and recommended to reapply next year. All right, we're now on number 16. This is from the National Park Service, Yellowstone, the Coyote Creek Trail Restoration, requesting 16,200, and that would be directed towards MCC crews.
124138. This is one that's really gets done in 1 year. I feel like this one had photos. Can't remember exactly, but I remember looking at the erosion and thinking that that's addressing safety concerns. And I thought this was a necessary one. Some of the parts of the rubric didn't score high because of the nature of what the project is versus is it. I kind of. I scored it fairly high, but because of just the nature of what the project was, it does have design and engineering, but not a lot of it. You said that's not eligible?
It's not.
Why is there a category for that then in the line items?
You can use it as a match.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So
Well,
so
and it
they
is
do-
eligible for.
they do
parking.
have enough cash match, but it's for salaries, not for design and engineering. But this one I thought was a pretty good one,
Yeah.
like a must have.
And I think a good feature of this is it's not, the money is going to an MCC crew that now would have the opportunity to do some trail work in Yellowstone. And so it's not just going to an existing trail crew in the park. It's gonna bring an MCC crew in and give them a couple hitches in the park.
That is good.
And it seems like a very accessible trail, like all abilities trail. Technically, I don't think it's ADA, but it seems like a pretty accessible trail for all user types. And so does anyone have any reservations about fully funding this?
Not a big ask either.
No, it's pretty modest. with a good impact. And so, yeah, it looks like it's lined for full funding with the exception of a little bit of design and engineering.
Yeah.
Great.
Like $400, just not very much.
No. It's a low budget in general.
Moving on to 17 here, we have Galton Valley Land Trust, Main Street to the Mountains Stewardship Project. There are actually 2 projects listed in this application. What did folks, and the application number is
125-119.
125-119. Positive impacts that folks saw of this project.
I was impressed with the documentation that went with it,
Mhm.
but that's just.
I've hiked on both these trails and there are a lot of people using these trails.
Mhm.
It's a major
Okay.
rehab and it's done this year.
Mhm. For both of them.
Yeah, I think all work done in 2023.
Yeah.
I have a note here. I don't know what this means. So.
And I believe that they're. It is a really good project.
Mhm.
It's also very, Valley Land Trust is like Five Valleys Land Trust,
Yeah.
very robust organization.
Yeah, they have a lot of staff.
A lot of staff. But this, I can tell you, it's right, these are right across from the M Trail. And man, they get a lot of use.
Mhm.
It's just high use area.
Mhm.
So
I'm just asking the question, is there any room for a partial fund or is there anything that they could pare back or anything just because of budget?
Yeah,
I'm cool with full funding.
they were open to partial.
Yeah.
And they broke it out really.
Yeah.
we asked the committee to select drinking horse, salary and labor, triple tree, salary and labor, so. Select one.
Yep.
So they said either select one or the other. Drinking horse is like 28.5, triple tree is 36.7. So maybe we could just fund drinking horse.
Just tell them, please come back with the next one.
Right.
Yeah, they've got the application built.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I really like that idea too.
Great. Okay, so I have that for partial with encouragement of
Returning.
reapplying. Yep. Okay, backcountry hunters and anglers, 18 volunteer-led trail maintenance projects to benefit hunters, anglers, and outdoor recreators, requesting 35,658. This is a new, not a new organization, but a new organization to this program. What did folks think were some of the positive features of this project?
A lot of trails.
Mhm. There's a lot of trails. It seemed like there was some pretty solid coordination with ranger districts. It's across multiple forests and multiple districts. It's also volunteer. It's bringing in volunteer labor, which is good. Were there any concerns with the application or with the projects or project locations?
This was one of my highest scoring ones, so I really don't have any concerns with this one.
Okay.
It's not a huge ask. I mean, it's 35.6, but you're getting a lot of bang for your buck with $36,000.
Mhm. Yeah, this coupled with the Wild Montana that was won, I think hits pretty much all areas of the state and potentially opens up 100 or more miles.
I'll recommend for full fund.
folks are, feel good about full funding?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Great, moving on, 19 Flathead Snowmobile Association. Contract grooming and brushing for 2023, requesting 74,720.
So I could tell you, slice that one way down to 1 year and then brushing off as well. And
Yeah, it's a 2-year cycle.
yeah, it's a 2-year cycle. You know, they're applying, so they'd only have to apply every other year.
Uh-huh.
But just take them down to 1 year and take the brushing off. They can afford the brushing component out of club funds without a problem.
Okay,
So trail grooming, so just the trail grooming and then half of the trail grooming. Is that what you said?
Just, yeah, right.
I don't know what
So
the
it would
rest
come
of-
down to like 30 grand, something like that,
Okay.
or less, you know.
okay,
And
great.
That's what they had
Yeah.
suggested in their
Mhm.
partial.
That's good.
Rolling now.
We are rolling. Number 20,
Until we get stuck, we're rolling.
right. Mile High Nordic Ski and Education Foundation, support for cross-country ski tail grooming expenses, Southwest Montana. Modest ask here of 8,820.
Good project.
New project, Great Trails.
Is this a new organization applying? Also, have they applied before?
I believe they're new. It's the first time I'm seeing the organization.
They're new.
They haven't been funded through RTP in a number of years.
Mike, this is your neck of the woods.
Yeah.
This is a 2-year one too, though.
Okay,
I mean, I know it's not a big ask, but if, I mean, we gotta cut so much. Couldn't we just do 1 year? And,
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a big, I know it's not that much, but I think literally every.
yeah, we want to
Four- it's
remain
like
some.
4,000. It's 4,400, right? That can go somewhere else. So I would
Okay.
say
Cool. Yep.
just because of, because there's not enough funds, we have to cut. and
Tom, do you
come
have any
back.
concerns though with that number being so small?
Well,
in that grant?
the one, I mean, thanks, because I think where my mind goes is
Now it doubles the work.
next year adds another application. It's a guaranteed extra application for
Right.
next year where, because they're not asking 70 grand,
Right.
it could be an easy
For
way to
$4,000,
kind
you
of keep
chop
them
out a whole
going.
Another app.
Yeah,
Sometimes 2 applications actually end up costing more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
A lot more
For the
handling.
administration.
Yeah.
And on the grantee side
Yeah.
too, it's
More
also
work for them.
a lot of
Yeah.
work for them.
yeah. I
This
feel like
organ,
if this, oh, go ahead, Bob.
I'm just gonna say this organization's been around for a long time. They've groomed the Mount Hagen cross-country ski trails for 30 years, I think. So that may be new to this program, but they're not a new organization.
Right.
I would recommend fully funding it if you can.
Yeah.
And if you really need to chop something, then
Yeah, I
have it.
agree with that.
Great. And then just for, I mean, establishing some context, hypothetically, if this was for $30,000 and it
Yeah.
was 15 and 15, it seems like the partial and having them come back, but since it's small, yeah.
But it's actually only one season that they ask for. Because the grooming doesn't start until November and ends in May. And yes, that is in 2024,
Yeah.
but it's actually only one
One
season.
Oh,
Oh,
okay, well then.
good
that-
thing to
Okay.
point out,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay, so it's not a 1 year.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
it is a 1 year.
So 1-year project, which is a positive, and we're recommending for full funding. Great. Okay, 21, Bitterroot Land Trust, C. Ben White Memorial, FAS, Trailhead Vault Latrine.
This is a
Latrines.
must-have. This one, they say partial okay, but they need at least 20,000 for the cost of the toilet. The request is 23
I-
too.
I can tell you, probably they're gonna end up paying more because the cost of latrines has gone up again.
Yeah.
I know people that have been getting quotes and the price is like up another 3,000-4,000 already this year,
Yeah.
manufacturers. So just keep that in mind.
Is this a must-have too? I mean, is this something that we should wait on?
It would, so just for context, and internally, this was rated 46 out of 53. I think, one possible, one thing that I don't have enough information on, but I do know that FAS sites in FWP have some money that can be put towards, and so this would actually provide us with a project plan to hand over to our stewardship bureau and see if they had availability. I think the other alternative would say, hey, a vault latrine is great, but establishing maybe just a smooth rock bed and 2 porta potties for the first, like, could potentially be a short-term, cheaper alternative for $4,000 to kind of set them up. They did have, I will say, they did have a strong letter of support from a neighbor who said
Yes,
this
I
would
remember
this
that
would
now.
be a big improvement.
Yeah.
And we might not. Yeah.
Yeah. And worse.
So I think this could potentially warrant kind of a conversation that shifts it from an actual latrine, which costs are now rising, and contractor availability is becoming scarce just because of the demand, and potentially saying, we see the resource mitigation impacts being substantial because you're providing a service that wasn't there, and without that service, there's some pretty serious issues. But potentially gearing them towards what Mineral County Rails to Trail set up, which is just a surfaced area to then stake in a couple porta potties for the season. Do folks feel like that would be kind of an alternative to present them and cut costs by $18,000 potentially?
Yeah.
So I guess,
I think we have to, because we just don't have enough money to work with.
yeah, so I guess I'd like to also just think about what's the tone of the letter that goes out. Are you gonna also recommend that they come back next year when more money is available, and we'll take a harder look at it?
Yeah. And I think with the, because the benefit of putting porta potties there for one season is they could learn a lot of lessons before putting permanent improvements in. And so they could realize, well, actually, we had scoped out, this is the spot for the latrine, and based on what we learned in this year, we actually want to get it closer to the parking or further away from the parking.
I'm cool.
I think that's a great idea. And I know we kind of talked about this last year, but maybe there's opportunities to use some sort of counters also with that to designate, use. I don't know, what that involves cost wise and labor wise, but the more data we get on anything like this, the better decisions we can make with the money.
Yeah, thanks, Brenda. And I do think that latrines right now are, there's only one contractor that I know of. It's out of Missoula.
There's one in Flathead.
There is one in Flathead. Okay, that makes sense. So but I know the one from Missoula went out to Glendive late last year and had a contract. And so I think the more we learn too, the more we can promote kind of small business creation too. Yeah. So I think this provides us to work with them and provide a counter plan, and then also figure out how we want to learn more about this to potentially build more contractor options, and it will encourage the creation of more contractors. Because there's not going to be any shortage of latrine demand going forward. I don't see that happening. Okay, great. Moving on to 22, City of Helena. Centennial Trail improvements, $52,000. What did folks see as the positive impact here?
This is a very highly used trail, and it has high connectivity through the city. I mean, so folks jump on this like everywhere. You probably know it.
Yep.
Folks jump on it everywhere. It does have design money in there, which it sounds like you have to pull out. It's like $6,500 worth of design money. People use the trail regardless of whether it's paved or not, but the parts that they're talking about are in areas that I would say people need to get through fairly quickly, because it's over by the
Pretty
transfer
industrial,
station,
yeah.
over that area. And I know I generally will turn around before I get there, because it's not really marked trail. I mean, it's there. Have you guys done that part of
Yeah,
it?
so right now, for context, for those folks that don't know, it's off Benton Ave, just north of the Carroll College, and right now there's decomposed granite trail, so it's an established path, probably 8 feet wide. And it winds in between kind of an old rail yard and the existing transfer station to the city of Helena, comes up and around, and then connects to the Centennial Trail, which is fully Park Trail, which is fully paved and connects to the dog park and things like that.
There's a lot of there's homeless people in this area. I think anything that just could make this more marked as a trail would be very helpful.
Mhm.
I don't need to say that in a negative way. It's a negative part of the trail.
Mhm.
When you're doing it. Most people will turn around
Yeah.
at that point.
So it's actually more a nice to have, or is it?
I would support this one. Taking off, it's a big ask. But just knowing where it is and knowing that a lot of the town gets on this, because it really connects right from residential areas into a sort of urban trail.
So
which we don't have a lot
I'd
of.
say that I use that trail a lot too. I think it's fully usable trail.
Currently.
It is, I will say it is weird. The first couple times I went there, I thought I was trespassing, because I was like.
Well, that's why I say,
Yeah.
it would make it much more.
Yeah, but
you
it is
know,
fully usable as is.
It's
So
currently, yeah.
maybe signage is more
Yeah.
Honestly,
appropriate
to
right
see how
now.
it is put aside.
Yeah.
It'd be
Yeah.
like, okay, I'm good.
I
I
think,
see, yeah.
well, so City of Helena did apply to RTP. Are they aligned?
No,
No,
they're
it's a
totally different
totally
areas.
different-
It's,
project.
but in terms of getting funded, it's a
Oh,
different
yeah,
project.
they're gonna get.
They're gonna get full funding from RTP.
Also, I looked at the budget. No.
No, I was just
no
about to bring it up. I was
details,
just about to bring it up too.
But
an
it's very
empty budget.
optimistic.
Yeah, it's an empty budget.
They start planning it in June and then they have it done by December,
Right.
but who says the contractor is
think
even
there's any-
available?
We also didn't get a quote.
Yeah,
There's
we
no
didn't
quote.
get a quote
from
either,
the
yeah.
contractor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
No.
sorry.
could
That's
apply
what I
Maybe
did.
next year.
Yeah, I think that right now the trail is it works. I think signage improvements could be like a recommendation to say, kind of provide some more messaging that clearly defines this as a trail that's part of the city's trail system. And I think really without a contractor bid in the application, it's really hard to take that $53,000 seriously, or 52. And that was kind of a red flag for me. If it had said, XYZ excavating says 53,000 for this amount of mileage, that I think would be in a different situation, but without that in their application, I think it's hard to believe in that figure. Okay.
Oh, so there was a feasibility. I think we may have missed.
All right, 23 Yak Valley Forest Council, a new organization to trail stewardship. Their forest council, so 2023 Blacktail Creek and Dodge Summit Trails Maintenance and Noxious Weed Abatement.
What is the number on that one? I cannot find it.
124947.
Okay.
Overall, I thought this was a really well-written application. What did folks think about the positive impacts?
Very wordy was my first notes.
Very wordy.
And this was with
Yeah, we definitely
the
filled out
erosion abatement.
Yeah, Christy, I see your hands up.
Oh, no. I've been having some technical difficulties, so no, I'm sorry. I'll
And
put
was
it-
this with the horses and the river? It's a bit so small.
Noxious weed abatement, trail maintenance. 10.2 miles of trail in remote northwest Montana.
Yeah, that was.
There are two, I couldn't pull up the maps, but it could have just been, because I'm on a Mac sometimes. But Blacktail Trail and Dodge Summit Trail, I don't know this area of the state at all. I thought everything was broken out really well, and I scored this one really high. In part because it was in a remote part of the state.
Yep.
So, but, and they answered everything. It was a great application. I thought this was one of the best once I got through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a few hangups about it. I thought the application was great too. It was more the content that they have the trail right along the creek and they allow horses on it. My issue is always that there is no control of these horses going down the bank of the creek to go drink. And actually, I thought to remember that was somewhere in their application. I wonder how that is with erosion of the creek banks and also the sediment runoff. But that's a detail, you know, I don't know if I look at that, yes or no, but as a conservation person, I am really aware of these.
For the most part.
Of these things.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, and I think this would allow us to kind of engage more in a conversation with them about that. I do think one component, and we've already had some application, is the noxious weed abatement. So there is an encouragement for this money to go towards that. And I think in years past, we have struggled to kind of find applications that are directly addressing noxious weed treatment. So I think that's a positive of this as well.
Oh, it's a very positive thing, and that was just one of my concerns.
It's not a huge ask.
It's not a huge ask. I agree.
It's not a huge ask. I think it's
Not much money.
a part of Region 1 in FWP's Region 1. It's part of Region 1 that's kind of outside the general use corridor.
Absolutely. It's very hard to access. Yeah.
Small dollar.
So it seems like a have to have, and it seems like based on the ask, we feel good about full funding, 15,000.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, staying in Region 1, we have Gateway to Glacier, Crystal Cedar Trail construction phase 2.1.
125050.
What's the time frame on this?
This is a 2-year project.
Yeah.
It's about 3 miles. They're gonna on a continue trail construction on a 25 mile.
What did we decide on them for RTP?
To fund their one trailhead. I think it's the one by Columbia
Yeah.
Falls. I can't remember the trail. I don't know if it's the Crystal one.
Yeah.
But basically half.
They said they'd take yes to partial funding. This one, I also scored this one really high.
One thing that stood out to me in this application was that they were estimating about $21,000 for a mile of trail, which seemed pretty high.
They've been, as I recall, is this part of the paved trail? Then? Yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
because it's a paved
Yeah.
trail and there's a lot of, it's a costly trail for sure. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is pretty highly used.
And I
Yep.
think they ask every year, so these
They
are
do.
phases that they're trying to
Yeah.
fill and.
They do what they can with what they get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with partial fund, or if there's some, reasonable split or something.
So when there's a cost per mile, like you just mentioned, do
Mhm.
you have conversations with them to say this felt like it was a high cost per mile and you give recommendations how to do it cheaper?
Not yet, but I think that where we're getting, Stephanie and I both now being one full year into this, is with these applications and with the information that we're getting based on contractor bids and quotes and this, that, and the other thing, as that information, once we get the time to kind of break it down and analyze it, I think we'll be able to kind of start looking at regions and say, Well, in Region 1, yeah, it is $22,000 a mile for a paved trail. That's the going rate, but in Region 4, it's 18. And then we would be able to potentially say, hey, why don't you look at this contractor out of Great Falls rather than this contractor out of Kalispell, because you're gonna get more bang for your buck. We're not quite there, but I think in terms of making the most out of the information that we have and organizing the information and being able to roll it out a little better, we're gonna get closer to that. But that's, I think, part of the technical assistance work that's down the road.
This is, by the way, in that grizzly bear area that I mentioned yesterday, that will not be discussed any further. But I still want to bring it up because wildlife specialists are very concerned about the development in this area. So just a point to think of. Also, I don't know if it was mentioned because I had such a hard time finding it in my binder. It does have an engineering, design and engineering part.
And so I think that's also a nice key to keep in mind for next year's guidelines, is to explicitly say that the design and engineering is not eligible for TSP, because
You
that
can say
wasn't
you can
effectively
use it as the
communicated.
match, though.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
would say
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
so that they understand that it.
Yeah.
Did their request include the design?
Yeah.
No, it's a
Right.
match.
Oh, they did it match. Okay, so they did the correct.
So it seems like partial funding, folks are okay with that.
I would recommend funding them at least partially.
Yep. Okay, great. Moving on, 25. So we're just about halfway through applications here. And just a heads up, we do have time. We have time scheduled for public comment at 11 a.m. So that's a half an hour from now. So West Yellowstone Ski Education Fund, they rendezvous ski trail Nordic grooming and grooming equipment storage.
Which is the construction of a building.
Yes,
Yes.
for a
Just
groomer
to be
that
clear.
is not, they don't currently have. So I think that was something that we ran into with the internal committee. Was they're trying to raise 360,000 for this storage shed. And this would get them to about, this request would get them to about 260. So they would still need to fundraise $100,000 for that, the shed to be constructed. But there's not a groomer yet with the organization to put into that shed. So it seems a little premature. That being said, the grooming section of this project lines up. I mean, the beautiful thing about this organization is it's free for anybody to come, and they provide this for school kids after, it's a big after school component, and they're well known for having groom trails. I think supporting that is totally easy.
I do have a question actually, because I've been to Rendezvous
Mhm.
and there is a day pass.
Yes, there is.
It's not,
It is free for youth, though.
oh, free for youth.
Free for, yeah, free for
Okay,
yeah, so-
residents, yeah.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, when we were down there visiting all of the after school, all the
Yeah.
kids from the local school district, I believe they were all free.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think they're free and they have some equipment for them too, if they need it.
Is that a part we can fund for the grooming component?
Yeah,
And just say, come back when you've got.
yeah, I think, I think
Fundraise
this is
another year.
ambitious ask for the materials, and for the grooming storage shed. But I think the grooming itself, which they were asking about 13,000 or potentially 15, seems easily fundable.
I'd encourage them to come back next year.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because they've
Yeah.
already raised 200, over 200,000. It seems
Yeah,
to me
they're
like
getting
they're
close.
doing a
They'll be
good
a lot
job of
closer.
fundraising.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and
Yeah.
we'll have more money.
And it's a strong, I mean, well-written application for TSP and their RTP as well. Okay, 26, Lolo National Forest, Superior, general trail maintenance and extensive saw projects, requesting $70,000.
That was a high budget.
Well, this is a 2-year project as well.
Mhm.
We've got 7 trails.
Not funding the Lolo.
Actually, I think they're still working fall of 2025. Not funding that.
Oh, wait, which range you just said? Oh,
Superior.
So we will not be funding those.
Okay.
That one.
Just for reference in the internal group, this was 37 out of 53. And I think part of that was that it does push into 2024, 2025. Yeah.
So my note was if maybe just fund the first year. Is a lot of trails that it's a lot they're trying to accomplish in this.
Mhm.
But you'd have to dissect what that could cost, because I don't think it was easy to dissect that.
No. Any other comments, concerns, strong positive feelings?
I would say at least have it and then, yeah. So, figure out a budget that works in that vicinity.
Not that they did a good job talking about their connections.
Yeah.
But I was frustrated at their lack of being able to cite goals within their district.
Yeah.
This helps them meet goals.
Right. I think this is also kind of just bringing up, we've got a lot of one-off projects from the Forest Service around the state. And I think everybody would benefit from kind of bringing these ranger districts together to have a conversation. And also just finding out what money is coming down the chute with the Forest Service, because a lot of this money they're requesting is to fund positions and materials within a federal budget that should be that we know will grow. We just don't know when. And I think this warrants potentially to bring in a lot of these applicants, because each Forest Service district, ranger district that applied for TSP applied for RTP too. So they're coming out and they're going, and so there's definitely the coordination would lead to higher efficiencies. And
on this one, I know that they had a huge wind event.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that they're still trying to catch up. So, any help I think would help them. A lot of big trees came down everywhere.
Yeah.
But
There was several Lolo.
so I'm totally cool with just chopping it down and getting them 1 year, or getting them some at least to do something. They could pay for worse area.
All right, great. Moving on, 27, City of Three Forks. Headwaters Trail, crack sealing, seal coat, and asphalt repairs. City of Three Forks for this has also applied this year to an RTP,
Right.
which we reviewed yesterday. And City of Three Forks has been funded with Trail Stewardship 21 and 22. They're good to work with. They've opened and closed those projects. Right now, what are they aligned for RTP?
We're hoping to fully fund them 75. That's just because stuff's expensive, and yesterday the discussion was that it was a good overall project. Fully funding at 75,000.
And it's a Great American Rail Trail project, and it's
So they.
Is this a 2-year or 1 year?
That's
Only
kind of
1
where
year.
I was going.
Yeah.
Do we think they have with the funding that they're already lined up to get? I think we're running into a couple things here. With the funding they're lined up to get with RTP, do we feel like this would actually happen this year, or would it be the phase 2, 2024?
I in general thought the timeline was kind of narrow.
This is maintenance.
Oh, okay.
So it's not more trail, it's just maintenance.
Gotcha.
I think they could wait on maintenance and it's just one more application we know we're gonna get next year. But I felt like it might be underbid and that there might be an inflation concern. I don't know where I came up with that, but
I think you're probably correct.
It's very
Crack
realistic on
ceiling.
every application, really.
I just wondered too, they have been awarded in the previous 2 cycles and as we now are in this more competitive year, the distribution of funds to new applications and new communities, that I think that's something to consider here as well. Knowing that they already are lined up for full funding this year with RTP.
I think it would be nice, but not critical to, I mean, maintenance, trail stewardship, that's the name of this grant. So
Right.
I take that in mind because I really feel like there is no other way to fund maintenance of trails out there.
But
You
does
know,
Department of Transportation have crack ceiling? I mean, do
they don't really like
Transportation
to-
Alternatives Program, they don't.
They
'Cause
don't
they're-
like to fund trail maintenance,
Yeah.
They're,
MDT.
yeah, I guess we have a CTEP project that they are funding, and that's why.
Yeah. It could be pushed that way, I guess.
It's okay if we don't have time for this, Shelby Clark is online with DOT, if she has anything to speak on it, if you want to ask her those questions, but I understand we're also in a time crunch.
Maybe the staff could talk to Shelby about options that we could push them towards. I mean, they're very experienced, so I would imagine that they already know all the other grant funding out there.
I thought this was well written and a great application. I think that some of this stuff, just because we don't have the money this year, come back next year. That was I think that's kind of, I didn't actually write that down, but I'm going through it in my head.
And you know that they will, you know.
And I think.
But tell them it was a good application, and
Right.
the only reason is because we just don't have enough money.
Well, and then as we move to City of Glasgow 28, I think this is also, all right, here we have a new organization coming to us that hasn't received funding in years past, requesting the same amount in a different part of the state. What did folks think of the City of Glasgow, sorry. Application and the positive impact of this project?
I think it's a great application. It is a 2-year though, so since we're considering that. But I know that area a little bit, and they certainly can use this kind of project.
It's great to
And
see it.
yeah, and also, I think it's also as an encouragement that we might grant them funding. I like their partial funding idea too. They're open to that, and it sounds like they have chosen the most important part of this project as their partial funding. So
Which
I'm
was how
very
much?
positive.
This might have been one of my highest
In the 50s.
ranking ones.
I think there's.
And I just thought it was such a cool project.
Yeah, I agree.
I like doing that, fund what they would like
Yep.
in a first year and tell them, please come back, we'll have money. next
Yeah.
year.
Yeah.
And so in our internal group, Tim Potter, who's the recreation manager out in Region 6, knows this trail, and he said it is in need of rehabilitation. And it is highly used because the baseball field is right there, and all summer there's spring and summer and fall, there's the tournaments, and it's a community gathering spot.
Yeah.
And the improvements would be felt immediately.
It has a really cool
high
pond.
impact. Yep.
I wish we could fully fund it.
Yeah, me too.
So I'll put this as kind of partial based on their notes. But if the window for full funding opens, we'll
Yes.
entertain it.
I have this note on my thing. This is asking $829 and change $1,000 from Montana Department of Transportation.
Yeah, their match is
Okay.
enormous.
Yeah.
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 Yeah,
it's a
yeah,
great
yeah.
match.
I feel like if we, such a good application, such a cool use of trails in kind of in a down, sort of in an area that the whole city uses.
Yeah.
Right.
So.
Hey, Tom, this is think another important piece of information is this is one of the only projects we funded with RTP money back in, I'm gonna guess that somewhere in the 90s was the creation of this trail.
That's good. So this is that long-term stewardship coming right into play then. So starting it with RTP 25, 30 years ago and bringing it into this now. Okay, great.
That's fair.
So I have that down
I was
for
born.
partial to full funding based on
Yeah.
availability.
Yep.
Staying in Region 6, we've got MSU Northern,
Yeah.
the Northern Campus Trail, which provides a defined trail within the MSU campus that then connects to an open space that is part of the city of Havre. Requesting 66,000.
Well, it does have design and engineering can be pulled off of that one.
Yeah.
Yep.
3,500 on that, and it does have ADA.
Yep.
A lot of ADA is being addressed here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And it's Havre.
Yeah.
yeah.
I didn't understand, like, they had metal ramps, I think, in this, and I didn't understand some of the design part of it, but I didn't really want to labor that. I thought it was a good use of money. And partly because of its location, and I did score it fairly high.
What's it come down to, you know, the design?
3,500 on design engineering.
So it comes
I
down
mean, it
to,
doesn't knock a lot
No,
off.
that's not much.
But the other
62.5.
thing,
I thought the ramps were to get the ADA, ADA, exactly.
Mhm.
Sidewalk ramps to get the wheelchairs up onto the trail from the road.
yeah,
Or bike
So
path.
they could knock 6,500 off, so they'd only do 2 of the 6 ramps. And the domes could be removed, so they could take it down 10,000 minus the 3,500 of the
Mhm.
ADA.
I would partial
Or
fund
the,
this.
Yeah, I agree.
of the,
so just for context, the internal review committee had this as the 6th highest ranked project.
Yeah,
And I think that took into consideration the ADA components.
Yeah.
I think it considered the connectivity of the campus to the town
yeah,
or the city. And I think it's the first, well, we still haven't had a school district apply. That's an eligible component or an eligible entity that we still haven't gotten an application from. And this isn't a school district, but it's
Close.
it's close. So it's unique in that to have a part of the state university system come request to have a project.
I would fund as much as you can possibly fund.
Okay.
God, for as much as I pay for my kids to go to that school. I am not kidding.
Really?
Not that one, but Montana State. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
the university system has a lot of freaking money, but I understand you apply for grants where you can.
So this is a have to have project, it sounds like, and then fund as much as possible
Yeah,
project.
because I believe they should come back because I think these kind of projects are just an excellent use of money.
Yeah. And I think the university benefits and then the neighboring,
yeah.
the
everybody.
neighborhoods
The
benefit and
residents.
then the city benefits at large.
Yeah, I did. I put my bid in, so I'm maxed out. So.
Okay, great. Moving on to 30, Swan Valley Connections, Mission Mountains and Swan Front Trails and Backcountry Services. $48,000 to fund the trail crew that'll open up. I believe it was somewhere around 80 miles of trails in the missions. Swan Valley has been awarded with TSP before. This year with RTP, did they apply? No, just so they're just here.
I was a little disappointed in this app just from, they were copying and pasting from last year and there were last year's number. It was, the maps were identical to last year.
Yeah.
They didn't change anything.
Yeah.
And maybe they service the same trails every year. I don't know, but I was just not thrilled with this one.
Yeah.
The internal committee noted that as
Mhm.
well. And I was just looking at our internal scoring and stack scoring, and we're really close here, so.
Mhm. I think, yeah, we're running into like frequent flyers, if you will. So this is the third year in a row that Swan Valley is coming in. And it is part of this routine maintenance where, yes, we want to fund that, but again, is this,
Not this
you know, it's
year,
maintaining
this round,
access,
maybe.
but it's not a new novel project, but it's also funding that they very much rely on for their operations and staff and, well, and I think this is a contractor. So, yeah, it's kind of a tough spot because, yeah, but it doesn't sound like folks think that this is a fully funded project. What are our thoughts on partial funding?
Says our financial responsibility is to the trail stewards that we contract to do work.
They don't use volunteers then, I forgot.
I wonder.
I feel like they
Uh,
could live
what are our
without a
thoughts
year
on
of funding, but
That
I mean,
was my
partial would
idea.
be
I actually said
45,000,
that, but
which is really much less than what they're asking. Yeah,
45, that's only 3,000 off.
Yeah. so
can we just skip them this cycle?
We could also, I think it would be, I think where we ran into the internal committee is it's an app that scores pretty well in both.
Did score high.
And I think coming to them and saying no funding this year might be a little harsh.
It's
Whereas
82 miles that they want to do.
Yeah, it's significant amount of trail.
right.
But it seems like we do want to communicate that like we want something fresh, a little fresher potentially. So it seems like partial funding would still allow work to take place. They would need to figure out how to get the rest of that funding in order to.
Well, they may just prioritize the trails that need it the most.
Mhm.
So, you know, I'd be cool with a partial fund
Yeah.
or half it or have it or
Yeah.
something.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
This project seems scalable.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Scalable,
that's-
yeah.
Scalable, yeah.
So nice to have partial funding. Yeah, because well, and here we go again. We're walking into the Bob Marshall Wilderness Foundation at 31. Very similar situation. Very similar project, like very similar request for funding to open up access. Just north or just east of the missions. Again, I think the Bob Marshall Wilderness Foundation said partial funding because they do have a reserve of fundraised money that would allow operations to still go on.
And we're gonna get 50 through RTP.
And they are getting 50 through
Yeah, like
RTP.
50% funded, which is about 50 grand.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I did really like how they have a mission to diversify their staff. And
Mhm.
that was the first application that I read where they stitched that in, and I noted that.
Yeah, one thing I will say is the Swan Valley trails are more accessible than the Bob Wilderness ones, you know,
Yeah.
to the general public. So, but it's
So, and I think they sound like they're a pretty well-established organization, so
They definitely are.
they could still fulfill much of their 2023 program, their priority to fund their crew leaders.
this is a 2-year or 1 year.
Let's see,
Not a discrete,
they didn't put, no, the dates. It's a 1 year, looks
Mhm.
like, yeah.
And I think because I think there's a trail boss that's being funded, and then there's kind of their interns.
Yeah.
But I think what's interesting, where my mind goes with the Swan Valley's connections and the Bob Marshall Wilderness Foundation is they have different missions, but they're aligned. How can we get them together so that the Bob Marshall Wilderness Foundation can kind of help Swan Valley build capacity and help them build a fundraising plan that allows them to, if they don't get fully funded, still have a reserve of money that can get the contractor out that year.
I think a partial fund on the Bob with the RTP money gets them a long way down the road.
Yeah.
Is the RTP money's about half of 90, right?
Yeah.
And then this is, you
Again,
guys can figure that out.
I think they can scale it or they.
You guys can figure out how to scale that, but
Yeah.
because it's not real obvious on the
So-
budget narrative.
Here's a question. I think, if we look at kind of the Bob Marshall, Swan Valley connections, we've got Gateway to Glacier at partial. And I think, and then we'll run into Whitefish Legacy down the line.
A lot in the same area.
A lot in the same area, a lot of similar work, different trail settings, but they're all currently lined up for partial. Do folks think that it would be important to kind of standardize that partial funding and just have it at 10,000 and treat them all the same, or go more custom and kind of flex with?
I think you're gonna have to do custom.
Yeah, I think so
I don't
too.
think, I think if you did, because I'm looking at how they've, I mean, it would make no sense to just have like some interns and no crew leader, or half of a crew leader. This is one crew leader. I mean, how do you
But they
scale?
also, Bob Marshall also said that they have the money to make up for anything.
They'd ask partners and donors to cover the gap.
Yeah.
I would leave it up to staff to decide how to do that.
Mhm.
I think it's too much for us to go back and look at each one of these to say is 10,000 across the board appropriate.
Mhm.
But I would leave it up to you guys. If you said that, then I would be okay with that.
I think the safety in doing that is just consistency.
Yeah.
But there is also, these aren't the same projects and they're not the same
Right.
organizations.
Yeah. So I like a little bit more custom, but
Me
just,
too.
look at it with
More work,
logic,
I get that.
and say,
More work.
it was like a couple of years ago where, we trimmed back the Flatheads one because they were looking at just trimming 30% off the numbers.
Mhm.
But I was like, well, you actually trim it just a little further and make it a 2-year.
Yep.
Makes more sense. That kind of thing.
Yeah, that's helpful. Okay, so it's 10:59. I think we'll pause
1
the
minute.
review and open up for public comment. We currently don't have anybody in the room, so I will hand it over to Jen Hersham online to see if we have anybody in the meeting that would like to provide public comment.
Okay, those attendees that wish to make comment, if you could please raise your hand. It does not appear that we have anyone wishing to make comments.
Okay, thank you, Jen.
We might remind everybody that the mayor's report came yesterday and we're about to
Yeah.
do that one.
Yeah, I think this is appropriate timing. So we've got City of Fort Benton now on our list. We did hear public comment on this project yesterday from Lanny. This project, when it comes to the internal review committee, was ranked 12. And it seems like the positive impact, there, I'm curious, what folks think here, having heard yesterday's public comment for those that have been to Fort Benton and have seen the trail. Kind of, what are folks' thoughts on this?
One of the things.
This is Brenda.
Go ahead.
This is Brenda. I think this kind of falls under something similar to the Glasgow situation and these small communities. I have been on that trail. The impact of something like this on a community of that size is great. I really like the ADA piece. I think, I don't know if other folks have gotten email letters of support, which I think is very endearing, the communities behind it. On a side note, I think that's awesome, but it needs to go through the correct channels instead of to our direct emails. But I really feel strongly that this is one we should look at. And, I don't know I looked at the budget and I don't know how realistic it is for them. I don't know enough about the trails, but there's a lot of synergy, I think, in these communities when we can fund something and have that big impact for the small communities.
Mike?
One component, I was involved in some of the construction of that trail, the latter stages of it, being an equipment supplier. The thing that's really big is that they've got this hot mix plant out of Lewistown that's going to be up there. Otherwise, they have to come all the way to Great Falls and have asphalt hauled out of Great Falls up there. That huge cost. And where they've got the Lewistown plant right there in town this year, they can do it and make it happen.
So it's like a time sensitive.
Time sensitive, yeah.
I grew up right next door and have family in Fort Benton and go there often. And it is highly used by both visitors going to the Grand Union and the residents. Kids play along that trail. I can't tell you how important this trail is to that community. And it is a community that really needs a little lifting up. They have the opportunity to be a key tourism destination in Montana. And so I feel like any encouragement we can give them, I'm 100% on funding them. And I know it's a small amount of, it's only 2.3 or whatever, but it is asphalt, it's hard, that's expensive. So I think it's timely. I think the community's behind it, the mayor showed up. I mean, that speaks volumes to how important this is to them.
In the past, when we had folks show up to do, to advocate for their group or whatever, I think that it's in the last couple of years, maybe it's COVID, maybe I don't know what it is, but when folks don't show up, I feel like, him coming even on the wrong day, it made a really huge impact to me. I think if there was one that we could do, I think this is a great one, and I love the ADA component. And again, it's a community that really, he acknowledged it's a big ask. But if there's not much we can cut out of this to make it happen for these.
I think we should.
I would though, I would work with the mayor on future asks on technical assistance and grant writing.
I would agree with that.
On this, one part of this.
This
was pretty good, actually.
I thought when it came
good.
to plans, it was one of the better answers because he labeled it out, or whoever wrote it.
The mayor wrote it.
Like federal, state, regional, local. Like it was pretty lined out well in terms of how it aligns with strategic plans.
Took nearly 2 pages to outline it.
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty good.
Funding.
Yes. Go ahead, Bob.
I've worked with the Trails Committee up there a fair amount in the last 2 years. Matter of fact, Stephanie, if you're still in the room, I put you on to one of the Trails Committee members up there about a conservation easement or purchase, but they're an active group. I actually have recommended that they apply for this money, and they actually sat in on a training session at last year's Montana Trails Recreation and Parks Association. They're very dedicated, and I think we would be remiss not to fund this project fully.
Let's do it.
Agreed.
There you go.
Great.
Very excited for them.
Yeah,
All right.
feels good.
That is great feedback and input. Thank you, everyone. Moving to 33 Custer Gallatin National Forest. This is cut off, but is this the Gardner Ranger District?
Yep.
Winter motorized and non-motorized trail maintenance in the Cook City Winter Recreation Area. This is for 2 seasonal winter rangers. This would span 2 years, 23, 24, and 24, 25, asking $25,000.
I have a quick question, and it's money related again, but are the G6 and G7 incomes of the Forest Service personnel different from district to district? Because I've looked at, we've had several in here and 2 applications before this one, and the numbers for a G6 and a G7 are absolutely different from one another.
Yeah,
Is that normal?
I think there's cost of living taken into consideration. So if
Okay.
you're a ranger out of the Bozeman Ranger District,
Then
you're,
you get more.
you're gonna get more.
Because it's more expensive.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just
Yeah.
confusing.
Because when,
Thanks.
just a personal anecdote, when I worked at Rocky Mountain National Park, we were on the west side.
Mhm.
And the folks on the Estes Park side got paid like $2 an hour more because they were closer to Denver. It
Oh, yeah.
was a real point of contention.
Yeah.
That is
Thanks. I didn't know that, but yeah, that makes sense.
So they,
Excellent.
if they got partial, they would try to find a volunteer snow ranger, which is interesting.
This is, they are getting currently funded with TSP grants from 2022. It's 33 in the list here for stack, and it's 44 on the list for internal. And even though we don't have the numbers in front of us, we're definitely starting to run into
The end.
the end. Yeah.
This is Brenda. And I do keep bringing up the flooding. Gardner and Cook City, and they were just hammered economically. I know that's not necessarily a component of our decision-making process, but again, we're not operating in a vacuum, and I just wanted that out there for public comment. That's all.
Yeah.
Another thing is that this is a 2-year project.
Right, but it's such a low ask that if you
It is.
told them only 1 year, then they're coming back. It's again that question.
Yeah.
Is this
Is it
one of the
worth
ones
it?
that got
Right.
funds from, that got federal funds?
This, the
So-
Ranger District most definitely did, but we're not sure if winter projects
Oh,
have
wait, okay.
Wait,
right,
what was
got
the
it, okay.
question? If there's flood?
Yeah, no, this is.
flood
winter.
funding.
This
So
is
for
winter.
Gardner
Gardner.
said that, oh yeah, it's winter and Gardner's not
Yeah.
covered by that, yeah. funding.
Oh, I think they are. They were like the
They said it
epicenter of
wasn't,
it.
unless I missed it. But they said Gardner and Hepburn weren't covered.
I heard that too.
Gardner.
I have a comment to make. I had one of the lowest scoring projects of the whole bunch. I worked that area for years with the snowmobile program. I know this is important, but their application was not good, and I'm giving them a little when I say not good. I'd say that if when it gets down to the cutting line, Tom,
Yeah.
on cash, this one should fall below it.
Yeah, Bob, our internal group shared kind of that sentiment. We thought that there was that the application itself, there could have been a little bit more attention to detail and potential effort. And yeah, so I think, Bob, to use your phrase, the cutting line, I think that's kind of where we're at as we move through the rest of this group is, where do they, when it comes to the cutting line, like where do we want to place these? Because we still have
A
a lot. And there are also some applications that we still haven't gotten to that were very high in the internal group. Okay, so yeah, this is
I'm good with Bob's.
a cutting line consideration project. All right, moving to the next application, we have Whitefish Legacy Partners at 34. Maintenance and stewardship projects on the Whitefish Trail, $50,000.
Well, this is another organization that has a lot of other resources,
Mhm.
but it is a really heavily used area.
It is a heavily used area. What were the positive impacts that folks saw about this project?
A lot of mileage.
Yeah.
Heavily used.
Because
Yeah.
it's heavily used, I mean, it's just there, it's a lot of mileage.
Yep.
Where did you guys score? I'm trying to see it.
They applied to both.
Yeah, they're currently, when Stephanie gets back, we'll be able to know exactly. They are currently lined up to receive some RTP funding, I believe.
I thought they wrote a good application for the most part.
Oh,
but-
this was an 800-page application, by the way.
Yeah, so what?
800.
I would just say on the flip side,
Yeah.
you know, we can have some grant applicants that may not have a lot of experience.
800.
And then we may have some that
There were
have a lot of
attachments on
experience and
attachments,
are
800s.
just putting in.
Oh, that's
everything.
They
ridiculous.
dumped
So-
everything.
It was pretty
Uh,
shocking.
Yeah, that's over the
That's some
top, I would
feedback
say.
that we
Yeah.
have as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
That would be a good
Conversation.
for
Yeah,
them.
that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do like their connections. I didn't feel like their project implementation spelled out how they're going to be implementing the project very well.
This one was kind of throwing spaghetti at the wall and.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But.
So
the,
it's
I had the
34 with
same
stack and 34 with internal. This kind of, to me, you know, one thing that I was thinking about with this is we got Whitefish Legacy Partners, and then 7 miles east, we got Gateway to Glacier.
Yeah.
And then we'll eventually tap into Foyce to Blacktails.
Yeah.
Right, that's right.
And my question is, you know, how can we encourage them to align so that they're no longer competing with each other, but they're applying for one partnered application for the whole shebang? And maybe Flathead Trails Association, which is a new organization, gets involved, but you know, where we start getting partner projects, so it's saying, you know, start combining resources in one sense and also stop competing against each other, and encourage that kind of collaboration in this this recreation corridor.
yeah.
I don't.
It's
see
all-
that.
I'd like to speak to that.
Yes.
This is Nicole, Montana, DNRC, one of the advisors. Whitefish Legacy Partners mostly is on DNRC lands, and then of course on some private property and Forest Service lands. They have quite a lot of resources available and a lot of volunteers, in-kind services. You know, I don't rate these because I'm an advisor, but I don't see that when you're looking at who needs it, right? The communities that need it. I would rate this one low. And I would also agree with the Flathead Trails Association. I sit on that steering committee, and they are reorganizing themselves to become a nonprofit. That hasn't happened yet. And I do believe that you're on the right track of them getting together as a group, and putting grants forward and splitting the costs, but they're not there yet. And who knows whether they'll be there by the end of the year for next year's.
Yep. Well, that's good to hear. Thank you.
Tom, this is Bob. I have a strong suggestion. Your idea is a good one. And you know, the person you need to talk with is Diane Conradi.
Of course.
And of course, the new executive director of the Flathead Trails Alliance.
Yep.
I think you've talked with her already, haven't you?
Yes.
Okay,
Briefly.
good, because I think she'd be very open to this idea of a regional type effort.
Yeah. That's helpful feedback. So that when it comes to the notion of full funding, I think that's obviously off the table. Based on their position in the lot, we're looking at partial funding, but based on need, it sounds like need
No.
exists elsewhere in the state.
I agree.
Yeah. Them.
I just know that they have a lot of partners and they have a lot of access to other
I'm
trails.
thinking somewhere between
Just what
50
I
and
said.
65. They asked for 100. That's for new trail construction.
So I would put them below the line.
So they're on the cutting line.
Yeah.
On the
Yeah.
southern
I mean, as much
portion.
as I love that trail network and
Yeah.
would like to support it.
Yeah.
If we had the 2 million, 1.5 million.
Yeah, it will be different.
Completely different.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think because of the tight window that we're working with and the high request, I think the positive of this is it's forcing us to have conversations that we wouldn't be having if we were fully funding everything. And this is helping us kind of shape the program, which is where we're at 3 years in.
We'll try to see the positive. It's healthy for us. It's more work for the staff.
Not to belabor us, Bob obviously has many years of knowledge and other people more than me, but having personally worked on one of these grant applications,
Yeah.
I look at that partial funding, and it would surprise you how much you can get accomplished when you only have a partial.
Yeah.
That you can find ways around to cut this, cut that, and still have it come out to be a nice project.
Yeah.
It's just my personal experience. Maybe some of them can't, but
Right.
I think you find that.
Well, that makes me think too, with next year's applications improvements, providing more line items in the budget, I think we could also provide some sort of checkbox of high partial funding priority. So within the new budget, we're getting more detail about match and in-kind contributions, but then we're also finding out within that budget, what's the high priority for partial too. Because we do have some folks that give us that answer really comprehensively, but then we have other folks that just say, yes, we're open to partial funding, and kind of leaves us with standing there.
No direction.
Yeah.
Tom, the other benefit that we're talking about here, and there's the pro and the con. The more projects you fund around the state, we used to view it as seed money, but it gains you political clout. When you can tell a legislator from Glasgow that you funded a project up there,
right,
or a legislator from Broadus that you funded a project there. That's the upside. The downside is, and this is where Hope Stockwell and you probably start sweating, is the more contracts you have to put out there, the more administrative work it takes.
Yeah.
But overall, I've always felt like the more we can spread this money out, the better off everybody is.
Yeah. And I think, well, we're also, I mean, you bring up the notion of seed money. Some of these projects are seed money. Fort Benton is seed money.
Yeah.
But Whitefish Legacy Partners is irrigation for a garden that's already put together.
Yeah, it's just an extra.
All right, moving on, Butte Silverbow Government, Silverbow Creek Greenway, Durant Canyon Pedestrian Bridge, $75,000 for the bridge. And I don't think partial is an option for this.
It also states that it wouldn't start until January 2024.
That's right. Yeah, and I think there's some design and engineering in this as well. Maybe not, but yeah, it's a year away project right now as it stands.
It's just gonna put them back on.
Yeah.
Probably when they can, because purchasing sometimes can take quite a bit of time.
Right.
You know, but I think it's an all or nothing, and I don't think we have the money based on where it ranks.
Yeah, I agree. I think if we had more money available, it could be entertained at 75, but if it's partial funding's not there, and also the project's technically not there till 2024, this seems like we could confidently go to them and say, good application, here's a few areas potentially where it could have been improved, but please come back next year and things will be a little more aligned. East Ridge Foundation, staying in the Butte Silverbow area, Mod S Canyon Rehab and Mining Heritage Loop Trail. So we have some, this is on private land. So there's some trail rehab, and then there's also new trail construction to highlight old mining shafts and kind of tell the story of what's been going on there. Mike, I looked to you for, you're familiar with this area and this trail system, or?
Yeah, I ran it last week and I was out running on that Modesto Trail system. Looked at the area that they want to build, the trail. What we're hurting for money here.
Right.
It would be nice, but I don't see it as the end of the world for that trail system. We didn't fund it at all
For this year.
for this year at least.
So just to relate it to the internal committee had this at 17. And I think it's a new organization. It partners with the Rotary Club, which I think is an interesting new partner, and it's a good partnership. So I think we had it aligned for partial funding, because I think new trail construction was something that we thought was interesting, and also it highlights the kind of industrial history of Butte, and that's a new feature. That's not something that we're hearing in that we have heard in applications. What are folks' impressions of that? I think it was. I think it was one.
Implementation is 1 year.
Yeah.
All in 23.
There were some concerns about how realistic that was, just based on this being like uncharted territory for the foundation, but the rehab seems easily fundable. I think really the question is whether the new trail construction falls in this year based on kind of everything that we're saying. You know, are they going to be able to tread before next fall when everything freezes up in addition to this rehab?
There's a pile of old tailings that they can use as their mining experience. Some old tailings, the trail rehab, maybe partial funding would be my recommendation to rehab, but the construction of the new, you can still visually see it from the existing trail is what I'm saying.
It says they would wait on the rehab.
Oh, so the new trail is the priority.
Proposed project involves part of it. Yeah, if necessary, the rehab of existing trail would be deferred.
Okay. So,
well, that would be the biggest part then.
Then
that they
maybe just
want.
push them below the line if we come back next year. You know, we like their ideas.
Yeah, because what they want for partial funding is $26,200 of their budget. So that's quite a chunk.
Yeah.
It's almost.
So they're
all
saying
of
they
it.
could build the trail for 26 grand?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that was
optimistic.
Yeah, that's a good quote. But we don't like, I think based on the match with the Rotary Club and whether it's a potential contractor that is a partner of the Rotary Club that's given them a great deal, I guess that could be part of that too.
Yeah.
Well, I would say maybe ask them that question.
Yeah.
Say, do you have that hard and fast? We could do 26. I don't know.
So I think when it comes to the cutting line, they're close, but instead of being below it, they seem to be above for partial.
Yeah, for that point. All they're really
I know
asking-
you've mentioned new, that it's a new organization and it's Rotary Club involved also.
Yeah, that's all positive.
Okay, great. Madison Hills. So I received an email from them this week, and they actually have pulled this application. It was a strong application. We liked it in the internal, but it is kind of middle of the pack, but at the cutting line. But to make things easier on us, they have withdrawn this application from the pool, and I just responded and said, sorry to hear that, but it's a good application. We encourage you to come back next year, and that was well received. So
They say why?
capacity. Yeah.
They said they had the map and pictures attached. I don't know if I was not able to look that up, or did nobody find it? I couldn't find the map nor pictures.
No.
For the
But
one.
it's not relevant now anymore.
Yeah, I think
but,
we
I
can-
was wondering
yeah.
if
We
you
have
guys had the same
JPEGs.
problem.
It looks like they have JPEGs, but maybe you can open them.
Oh, okay.
Moving on,
Fine.
I think we were kind of, this is an interesting situation because Fort Peck Tribes was #1 in the internal committee.
Wow.
I thought it was a strong application. It had ADA
Wow.
components. And I think the song poles along the trail are kind of a new trail side feature that we had never seen before. I'll open this up for conversation.
I believe, Alice, didn't they come and give us a presentation a number of years ago originally?
Yeah, and we didn't fund it.
Right. I don't think they had the money or understood the money at the time.
Yeah.
The university was helping them.
It
or
was a
something.
cool,
Yeah.
and they really did a really nice presentation.
Yeah. In their native tongue and.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
it was just
Yeah, it has a lot of
But,
tribal connections.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea. I thought if I'm remembering it right, I wasn't thrilled with their kind of one-line answers, but.
In this application?
Thought it was, but maybe.
This
I'm-
was-
I think it's pretty
Yeah,
thorough.
I might be
No, this
crossing
was,
this
this
with
was
something
back
else.
then, the reason, and I can tell you, because I remember the reason why it wasn't funded, and I was not happy about it. And it wasn't, I don't remember where it came from, but I don't think it was either one of us. But they said it wasn't gonna get enough use.
Ooh.
Okay, so that was,
Ouch.
that was an old, so in terms
Yeah,
of
but
this
one
application.
I thought was very good, and
Yeah, I
I
like
did
that
have it
idea.
down as a 2-year project, so
Mhm,
I would
started.
really encourage this.
mhm.
That would be me.
Yeah, I'd
I
like to
didn't know
get them
about
started with the first year.
Electric fence for keeping buffalo.
Mhm. You don't know about
I
it?
don't know about that.
Yeah, they don't respond to all
But,
that.
but
Yeah.
I don't know what
Mhm.
I questioned that.
But, and that part, I kind of go like, do you really need it? I get the wanting to say that, but I mean, in Yellowstone Park, I've had buffalo walk right up to my picnic table as I'm sitting there eating dinner and, it doesn't really matter. It's like, they just kind of keep on moseying,
Mhm.
as long as you don't make any sudden movements. So
Mhm.
it's, that part just, like, they could probably do it or not do it, and it wouldn't matter, but,
Mhm.
I like it, yeah, I think
I think
it's,
it's an underserved population.
yeah.
They need rec trails, they need cultural.
And if there's a first year that we can fund now, and chop it down just for our budget's sake and get them started and say,
Mhm.
there's,
I mean, this is definitely seed money.
yeah.
And I think there is a success story already with just the reintroduction of buffalo in this area.
Yeah.
And I think this provides a feature for folks to further enjoy that, whether they're driving through the area and pull off the highway, or this becomes an actual destination because of the new infrastructure that this seed money would provide to a story that has been followed and building for 8 to 10 years with the reintroduction of buffalo up there.
If you could fully fund it, I would recommend.
I think there's some
all of it,
design in
because
there.
Oh,
it
design.
is a tribal government, and we know how they struggle for allocating funds to this kind of stuff when they have so many other needs.
Mhm.
And I have visited their bison range. area.
Internally, I think we scored it high because there was nothing in the application that
Was not good.
wasn't strong. Yeah, it was very strong
It was.
throughout.
It also has that ADA accessibility.
It does have an
again.
ADA component.
Yeah, okay.
And just the
Really?
whole tribe, the Native American population comes in a much more positive light this way. With, having their their poles and everything on these, on these trails. They give of their own history. And I think that's important for us, that we go to that more positive aspect of tribes.
Mhm.
Of, Native American tribes.
So again, I think we all love it. Is there,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna ask, from the budgeting side
I'm
of
just
things,
pleading
is there
for
a
it.
1-year component, or do we just fully fund? Is it not conducive to a 1-year fund?
I think there's a design and engineering component that we could pull off but it kind of seems like it's all or nothing, and it's been rated 1 internally.
Then I'm cool. Yeah.
Yeah, and I
All
couldn't
for it.
really figure it out. I just would recommend you work with them on
Yep.
how to do a timeline so that we can kind of see how it's mapped out.
Yep.
But otherwise, I thought it was a strong application.
Can I ask, are we paying for the electric fence?
I'll,
I can,
you know, we can highlight that and kind of examine that.
because I mean, you should see the animal handling equipment and fences that they typically have for buffalo. It's impressive.
Mhm.
Electric fencing, $4,500 in year 2.
Oh, so that's not much anymore.
No, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's really easy to go through their application and identify.
Mhm.
I say that, but now I can't find the design part that I evidently made notes of, so.
I'll just add.
I took
one-
it off of the table.
One little thing with projects like this, especially new projects. I know that Tom's looking to really get out and continue with his outreach piece and follow up with some of these grantees. But one of the things that we'll be looking to do too as an agency is if there's opportunity to attend either ribbon cuttings or opening events, we'll want to make sure that we share that with everybody here too. So that way we can all attend.
We could
Very
carpool,
cool,
actually,
yeah.
would be nice.
Yeah, that would be incredibly
Yep.
cool.
Just for additional context, I think RTP also helped fund some trailhead work
Okay.
in 2019. And I worked with them a little bit, so they would.
Nice.
I think everything got cleaned up and.
This is Brenda. I also really, really like this project in particular. And then putting on my, the tourism hat, we do know that our international audience definitely wants to know more of our tribal stories and have tribal experiences. And I think that this project, again, just even outside of the actual trail itself, provides, again, that boost and that confidence that can start, moving that ball down the road. And our international visitors do spend more per day when they visit. So that has an impact on all of us.
Thanks, Brenda. That's really helpful insight. And yeah, this does potentially become a destination, like a full day drive, a half a day drive and a half a day on the trail, and an overnight. Which,
Holy
yeah.
fun.
All right, moving on. 39 Scenic Montana Trails, Sealy Garnett Snow Trail Grooming Project.
Mark.
It's motorized, right? So. It's that, it's again Sealy Lake, which.
Yeah.
Funded things in RTP, didn't we?
Mhm.
I don't know if it was by this group, but.
So
It's in the
there's
top 5 riding areas in the state.
there's this is a complicated application. I think if you look at their attachments and letters of support, not only are they the same that were used last year and the dates are they're outdated, but the organization that was referenced in those letters of support are not Scenic Montana Trails.
They just changed. So they just changed from Sealy Drift Riders.
Yeah.
So they reformed under a new nonprofit, and they are combining to include skiing and summer and winter.
Mhm.
And so all of their activities go around, the mountain biking, four-wheeling, side-by-siding, snowmobiling, everything that they do is, this is the winter component of what they do, which is, very much needed. Sealy gets so much snow that, again, they're kind of like Lolo or Yellowstone, where
Yeah.
trails are just super dangerous if you didn't.
I think
So-
what's tough is we run into
Yeah, they didn't do it for
eligibility.
that. Right.
Like they're applying as one organization and had the opportunity to explain this change
Right.
and didn't. And so all the letters of support are to an organization that is no longer in existence. And unfortunately, this puts us into a tough situation when the need is there. The effort was not there. And then I think that lack of effort kind of puts us into an eligibility, a gray area of eligibility, really.
So at least within the RTP rules, the letters can be reused. And so there's that piece. I don't know what the rule is for trail stewardship grants. And I understand that. I think that's, you know, for all intents and purposes, it is the same club.
Right.
You know, they're simply trying to widen their scope, and widen their membership base, which I think, again, just kind of like what you were saying, about different groups getting together.
Yeah.
This is what helps long term. So I think penalizing them is for that hurts. I get the gray area. I get the fact that they didn't spend enough time on it. But it is a huge destination. Anyway.
Right. I think similar to kind of the Flathead Trails Association, I think because what we're looking at here is we got Scenic Montana Trails at 39. We have Jack Pine Savages at 44. We then have Kings Hill and Choice Snowmobile Club at 51 and 52. And these are how they were been evaluated by the stack. I think it potentially provides an opportunity to engage more with the Montana Snowmobile Association and talking with Fred and saying, how can we better organize, and what technical assistance can be provided to improve the application qualities, because the need is there.
Right.
The funding has been there traditionally, but now we're in a highly competitive year. And I think what's come to light is that there's a great opportunity for these applications to improve.
Yeah.
And there are resources available. The thing is, I didn't receive any calls from any of these organizations to say, hey, I'm available to look at people's applications before they submit. And some people take advantage of that, and that's free technical assistance, and some folks didn't. And it's just an email or a phone call away. And so I can do a better job of making it clear that exists. But I think there's also some responsibility on the organizations to unify and
I'll
coordinate.
also just say, I think this year, there was kind of this, outreach and push to make it known about trail stewardship. And a lot of these groups made the move to trail stewardship that had been in RTP.
Mhm.
And so again, if you're thinking of flipping them back to RTP, again, I don't have an issue with that. I don't think we can flip all of these. But these are some,
Mhm.
pretty, they rely on this money. I don't
Right.
know what else to tell you on that.
I mean, they're basically partial. They want 400 to 500 hours funded out of the full 542 hours. So they're not asking you to
It's-
reduce.
Well, it is what it is. I mean, if they don't groom 400 hours, I mean, the trail, it's almost like you just get pounded to death.
I know.
If they've traditionally applied for RTP, I would push them there
Mhm.
and get them, I guess, if you
Yeah.
can. It's a lot of work on staff's part, but it is motorized,
Yeah.
and so there you are.
Right. And I think if we look below Scenic Montana Trails, we have the Montana Trail Vehicle Riders Association. And again, essential, like the need is there. The quality of application, according to both stack and internal scoring, wasn't there. Some of these organizations will be bumped to RTP with that. There's still because you still need more project requests to
There's
hit your 30.
excess funding in that
Yeah.
pool. If everything we did yesterday, there's still more funding
Mhm.
in that pool.
I have to make a comment. I'd like to make a comment here. Number one, for staff, the gray area should be gone now, since Mark explained the situation with scenic Montana trails. Number two, this particular group is grooming trails not only in the Sealy Lake area, but down in the Garnett area also. It's a pretty broad program, and they took on Garnett within the last 5 years, roughly.
Just the last year.
Was it like, okay, Mark, I knew it was recent, but, and last but not least, well, I won't say last, let me offer, and Mark, I'm gonna rely on your help with this. We can talk with the Montana Snowmobile Association. And I think Mark and I could put on a training program for these clubs when they meet in June at their annual snowmobile gathering in Helen.
Right.
And so I think we would be willing to help with a training session with those clubs to better improve their application quality.
Yeah.
But finally, as a part of whether they apply for trail stewardship or RTP, I understand the 30-30-40 requirement for RTP, but I think the staff in this committee has the ability, like we may have to this year, to move an application from one category to another. So anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Bob. Yeah, I think there's a lot going on here. I think that based on the way things are scored, we're at the cutting line, and some of these scores are potentially falling below it. But TSP does understand that there's need here. We do want to work along the lines of this 30-30-40. It also would, I think it would be harsh to come back and say no funding at all. You need to learn your lesson and you need to step it up. So I don't think we're going to necessarily draw that hard line. And I think organizing and providing this training is part of what we're going to come out of this with. And then there's also this bigger thing, and Mark, you spoke to it already this morning, is, how can we improve the funding structure for grooming down the road through the legislative?
We need to step that up and get MSA, and FWP to put pressure on the legislature in the next legislative session. Find the right representatives to carry the water forward, and get it on a bill.
Yeah,
I'll sit and testify to that one.
Yeah.
And
because I think that what's the way that grooming funding has been set up to this point has worked, but it does not seem sustainable. And it seems like other states in the Northern Rockies, Idaho and Wyoming, I think even just permanent registration, none of those states do permanent registrations for snowmobiles. And
when they did that, it chopped the funding.
It'd be awesome if it could just be a reimbursement program versus a grant application program. You know what I mean? Something where they qualify once and maybe they have to resubmit a registration or something, but then it's just a reimbursement program. And I mean, even if it, dare I say, no, I'm not even gonna say that.
Don't even say it.
Because I didn't know we're being.
I wish we could just take the 30% or whatever and push it into the snowmobile fund or the OHV fund and just say, this is what we need.
Right.
It's divvied out that way.
But
That's not an option.
At the same time, I feel like there's so much need, Mark, that we could get a new, if we can find revenue.
Oh, yeah,
and
right.
do
But
it.
we're at least 2 years away because we're not gonna get it in this.
We've talked about that with
Right.
avalanche stuff. I will say, we've talked about, kind of just saving. I know we've spent a lot of time on this, but the idea would be saving time in the future because it's not, really an option to not groom these trails.
Right. Yeah, this is all helpful. And again, I think these are conversations that we're getting to faster based on competitive nature.
I'll bring this up quickly, and it was in the past. So the first 3 years that we did the stack, we used to just because we always were short on motorized, we would just evaluate the motorized as a group and say, is there any in here that just absolutely are ineligible, really screwed it up? You know, do we need to cut them?
Yeah.
And we just approved those and we had the number.
Right.
And then we could go look at where, and then we pull from Avalanche Center and stuff like that and push in the rest of the money to make the 30%. I still think that works. I get stacking them, but I still think just to go to that, you can get through this faster if you take that pass.
Yeah. There's also kind of the idea too, similar to Flathead Trails Association, is what could we do? What could we put in place to have the Montana Snowmobile Association apply for 100,000? Because they're not applying for grants currently. So, but they're potentially a connector that could apply for 100,000 from RTP. And because they're an entity that's eligible, but is currently not requesting, and they could apply for 75, or potentially if we can up the maximum.
There was
award
some
to
rule
100.
in the past that didn't allow for third-party administration of grant money in RTP.
There was, I thank you for bringing that up because I feel like we talked and I forgot about this. There was an issue with, we're already a
You're a-
grantee
right, yeah.
with federal
Okay.
highways, and they don't like
Another.
our sub-recipients then subbing out on
Okay.
their grants.
So.
Darn.
So that's
That would've
I
been a good
apologize.
way.
Love
for-
to, but yeah, I think it's.
But that wouldn't fall, that wouldn't,
For TSP.
be an issue
that
for
doesn't-
TSP.
I don't know.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
but that would allow us to, fund the organizations that are ready to go, and then maybe do the partner kind of work, the collaborative.
The
the
other
application.
thing there, I would maybe still see is that even though even in requests, we're not at our 30%, but we got like over $400,000 in requests for snowmobiles. And you can only get a $75,000 grant.
Right.
Right.
And if you then divide that up between 5,
That's. that go
Right.
forward.
Right.
Right. Well, I think, again, for the summer discussion,
sorry.
I think one topic is let's raise the maximum amount for trail stewardship to 100,000, because I think I don't know the reasoning why we're stuck at 75 right now, and opening it to 100,000, I think is a benefit going forward, but getting ahead of ourselves.
All right.
All right, 41. So we do kind of gotta move here. We got 45 minutes left. I'd like to keep us on time and get us out of here at 12:30, because I know folks got hours worth of driving, all of us. Custer Gallatin National Forest, Beartooth Ranger District, Face of the Mountain Trail Maintenance and Reconstruction. Requesting $75,000.
Wait, did we skip trail riders?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I kind of lumped them in with this
So-
similar opinion.
Yeah, to kind of circle back and put a bow on, I think what we're talking about is Montana Trail Vehicle Riders Association. There's potential to shift them over to RTP and then have a conversation to say, here's how the application needs to improve in the future. And I think with a lot of these grooming projects, the way the internal committee had it was, well, based on scoring, they're not lined for full funding. But I think there's an ability to provide partial funding and then say, here's what we're lining up to do. to
So,
improve.
yeah, and I'll say this for MTVRA, they have traditionally been a very good group to work with.
Yeah.
They
and they're
have their
advocates
act
for sure.
together.
Yeah.
They know how to run the numbers. They know how to run their bills. They know how to use the grant money properly. Russ Ennis and all of them are, the state gets their money's worth out of that grant.
Yes.
Big time. And so that, it's more on the summertime side of things. And yeah, the grant wasn't written great, but that's a high need area.
Yeah.
So I just want to get that in.
And I think, and we see that, and I think this year, the ability to shift the Trail Vehicle Riders Association over to RTP is a helpful solution. But yeah, I again, just being 40 on the list for the stack review and 47 for internal. There's, you know, we gotta have some there's a lot of conversations to have and I don't think it's gonna be hard to make these improvements. It's just gonna require some change and adjustments. And we're learning that quickly. Everyone feel good about that? Okay. 41, Custer Gallatin, Beartooth, positive impacts with this project that folks saw.
A lot of money for one season.
It's a big request.
5 miles. Is that what I'm reading? Face of
Yeah.
the mountain?
Yeah.
Yep. So
That's
I think
some mileage.
we're
5
determining
miles,
where
yeah.
this falls in the cutting line. Is it below it or is it above it? And if it's above it, it's partial. And we're kind of also at the point where we're low on funds. Very.
Yeah, 'cause
I had this as one of my lowest scoring projects, Tom.
Me too.
And I think for having it at 41 for stack and 47 for internal and
Yeah.
being at the cutting line, it seems like it's falling below.
I have to say something quickly. I must be a horrible scorer. Of course, I used to be a low scorer anyway. I only scored this in a 28. So there you go.
Dr. No will call you.
All right, staying with Forest Service, Lolo National Forest, Plains Thompson. Trail management challenges in grizzly bear habitat. 65,000 requested. We're at the cutting line here. Is Plains Thompson Falls getting funded with RTP? They're getting half. So they're currently lined up to get half funding from RTP. This is an organization that has a current TSP grant. Positive. I can't check it now just because I'm screen sharing, but it's
What was the question?
if they're they definitely still have money in the bank with TSP from last year. They might have requested some phases, but not, there's still money there for sure. I can say that confidently. It's not closed. So yeah, that's the thing too, is have they closed their already existing project, and do we want to give them a book to read before they're finished reading the book we gave them last year?
This is for new trailhead and a reroute, so I mean, if this didn't get funded, I can see by my score that it wouldn't probably give me a heartburn.
If it's a trailhead, that means that could easily be pushed to next year.
Yeah.
Well, and it's a 2-year, I mean, they're gonna put the kiosk signs up in 2024, construct in 2023.
Yeah, the trailhead we're moving. They have the trailhead construction costs as their 4th priority.
What's the first?
Trail crew hitches.
I see it says underutilized trail. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a high utilized trail. I don't know if you had to chop some things up, you know, and they could come back next year.
Yeah.
Well, if it's in grizzly territory, shouldn't it be under?
I just didn't have a lot
Yeah.
to say on this. I mean, I wrote a lot of notes, but nothing super positive to.
Madeline, you're the grizzly.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to look at that, then we shouldn't have any trails in Northwest Montana.
So I think based on funding that they're already receiving, and still, and funding that they already have from Trail Stewardship, we can say no and encourage them for next
Yeah, I think that would be good.
Okay, Forest to Blacktail. Emmons Trail, finish work with an MCC crew, 7,000. Pretty modest request.
And a
This
great
organ-
area.
Yeah, this organization has a proven track record of getting projects, of getting awarded and closing them out.
I'm pretty sure they were very upfront about, they were coming back for this phase
Mhm.
when they were ready.
I can tell you that this trail needs help.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
husband broke 8 ribs and collapsed along on it.
Oh, no. That's not
Um,
good.
And we had them internally, we had them at 19.
Yeah.
And in terms of getting the project done this year, I think this is pretty straightforward with the
Yeah.
MCC.
I ranked this one high.
Mhm.
Yeah, I did too.
Decent job.
So folks are all right with the full funding here?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great. Moving on, Jack Pine Savages. There's a couple components to this. There was some trail rehab work, I think some bridge work. And I think internally, we had talked about this as there's potential partial funding avenues to, because I think this is a 2-year project as well. And there's potential for partial funding here. I don't have my notes in front of me.
Let's see.
Kids only 1 year.
If partially funded, they'll complete as much as possible this year and then carry on with prioritization the next.
Yeah, they have 150 miles of maintenance.
Yeah.
So we have the
Huge
experts
area.
in the room.
Oh, yeah.
So I didn't know how, this is off the subject. I didn't score this one. I'm a member and officer with the club.
Yep.
The new president, he's a wonderful guy, but he called you only a day or 2 before to come up with a web grants number and wrote it in, about 8 hours. So
Okay.
you can go from there with this application. I was just wondering what other people thought, but we can certainly live without it.
Okay.
I hate to do that to my own, but we're short of money.
Uh-huh.
I mean, if you can live another year without it.
We'll live another year without it.
Okay.
I didn't think it was a terrible application. I thought it was lacking in some of the project plan citing, but I could see if you're doing something fast that you might not be strong in that, but just as an FYI, I always feel like when you're maintaining like large spans of trail, and it was very hard to see the map because it was a screenshot, but if you say no, you know what I mean?
I mean, he did a wonderful job for just a few
For
hours.
the amount of time, I would not have
If you
said this
Give
was
him a
the,
week or 2 and
Yeah.
get by the door. He'd have some good drone.
but
Yeah. So we had them at 33 in the internal scoring, so they're, 11 slots
They're
higher than,
mid-range.
so they're along the cutting line.
So I would just say, if Mike runs one of the groomers down there, so that's where when I take his word saying I can live without it because it's not thrashing my groomer to death.
Yeah.
This year, we can put them off and say, clean it up, do a better job, come back.
Okay.
I think we're good.
Yep.
And I gotta get my in here. I'd put it just above the cutting line. I had it scored just a hair higher than staff did.
Okay. So I think when it comes down to crunching the numbers, it is on the cutting line, and we'll figure out where it falls based on available.
Funds for it.
Yep. All right, 45, City of Missoula Parks and Rec, Greeno Park Trail Pavement Preservation, $63,000.
This is next door to my house. I was very disappointed in the application. There is a great need to rehabilitate this trail. It probably sees hundreds of cyclists and pedestrians on it, hundreds.
A day.
A day.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yes, it's a transportation corridor. So it's not just a park trail. It is actually how people get up the rattlesnake to their schools and their homes.
Yeah.
But I was very disappointed in the application.
the
column.
typos drove me almost out of my.
Well,
mind.
they had the maintenance guy write the application. And I will be having a conversation with the coordinator in Missoula. Because that is just poor.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was
Yeah.
really angry when I read this.
I didn't score it based on the typos, but I did make a note that photos would have been helpful for those of us that don't live
Yeah.
there. Cause I didn't really get the need, Photos
didn't
really
put
would have
in-
made a nice.
Well, and they didn't put
touch.
how highly used it is. They didn't
Yeah.
include a timeline.
So I think for something like this, well, one, we can go back and give them this constructive feedback and also kind of say what, there might be a transportation alternatives grant that would fund this too. But I think there's also the ability to say, if you have the resources, and I think the city of Missoula Parks and Rec might, like, put a trail counter out there for the month of May and get that data and put it into your
Get some
application,
stats.
because that would make it it would make it really hard to turn down. But right now, technically, it's
And they have
technically
those
anecdotal that there's hundreds of people on it. a
Yeah,
day.
and they have those portable, they have them in Missoula.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, as much as I hate it, and it is like my neighborhood route,
Yeah.
So you say just say no, but encourage them to clean it up.
This is kind of a help us, help you situation.
and I would have a conversation with the city Parks and Rec, you
Yeah.
know, Donna Goffler can put together a better application.
Yeah. Well, and that then says, where does this fall on their priorities, if based on
Well, if
quality
they
of
thought there was lots of funding, there, you don't have to put together much of an application. I mean,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah.
But
Well, no,
doesn't-
I mean, there's definite need in Missoula for funding for trails, because there's a lot of them, and there's a lot of commuting in Missoula, like by bike and walking.
Yep.
A lot more than I see in like Helena, but,
Mhm.
but they can do better.
All right, moving along, we're at 46. This is Montana FWP Region 3, Missouri Headwaters State Park, Madison Trail Bridge replacement.
I thought the timeline was really weak on this one, with my notes.
Wait,
There is
FWP.
design and engineering in this.
Well, that
Yeah.
was my question. Is there not a conflict of interest here?
I think, well, I don't know if it's necessarily conflict of interest. I think Region 3 has been awarded before, and they've successfully implemented and closed those grants. I think one component of this project that we talked about internally was, they do have the quote for the bridge. And so, but I think one part of this is it's going to need more of a environmental assessment. And so I think what we can do with this is encourage them to kind of do a little bit more groundwork on that, come back next year and provide a little bit more detail in the application and improve in areas that scored low. But when it comes to the cutting line, I think, this is sitting at 46. The stack, and it's sitting.
Is it a 1 year, 2 year?
2 year.
41, yeah, and
Two-year.
it's also a 2-year, so it's mostly kind of due diligence 23 and then get it going 24, so. It seems like a no based on timing and in a few other situations, but definitely something to a group to encourage to come back.
Yeah.
So it's not an issue that Fish, Wildlife and Park applies for a grant issued by Fish, Wildlife and Parks?
Nope.
No, that's allowed. Because that's
was
why
very
a stack is, that's why you have a public review
Yes.
committee too.
Hmm,
Yeah,
okay.
because the budget, their budget, this is what's gonna lift their budget up.
Right.
Or go beyond their budget. All right, Bitterroot cross-country ski grooming for free cross-country skiing at Chief Joseph and Lake Como Recreation Area. This is in partnership with Lost Trail Powder Mountain. That groomer goes over, I would assume, just on off days once a week, maybe to groom those trails. Chief Joseph Pass connects to the Big Hole and the Bitterroot Valley.
Yeah.
And it is a popular cross-country ski destination.
This is one of those cases of Norm not having, I know Norm, great guy. Can't write an application. Great guy. He
I think
just-
internally where we fell on this, we were like, well, the need's definitely there, the alternative's not there. Scoring for internal, it was at 29, so it's a little higher. And I think it kind of falls in a partial funding zone where we can have some coaching points on how to improve the application.
That would be good.
I scored it pretty high.
I need to.
And it could be just my, that I like, trails, cross-country trails that are groomed.
Yeah.
So I scored it high and I
agree.
overlooked a lot of, evidently, because I'm looking at my scores, I overlooked a lot of the, how well it was done.
Yeah.
how
Yeah,
well
they
the
did, he
application was
just
done.
didn't quite answer the questions that were asked. I
Yeah.
felt like. He got to them eventually, but he didn't address the one that was.
Yeah, I guess I, put that one in as high as you can.
Yeah.
Get it, I get you need cut, but
Yep. I think it's,
I
yeah.
think it's like
more-
snowmobile trails, to be honest with you. I really feel like
Yeah.
as much as we, they're
yeah, I mean,
Yeah, special fund.
the trails are unusable without it.
Right. And I
When
think
it's a beautiful area. and- Yeah.
what we're learning too is, lining up for next cycle, how can we provide technical assistance specifically for writing grooming grants?
Yeah.
Because there
Yeah.
are ways to help them answer the questions better. We just haven't done it quite yet because we haven't run into this. We haven't run into the need. Yeah.
Well, and you're in your first year of managing this program, so.
All right, Flathead County 4-H Foundation.
sorry.
Alice is showing her cards quickly.
No, it's just the howling dog right there.
Sorry.
Somebody's sure and happy.
$4,020. So modest request, but it's scoring pretty low. Curious about people's thoughts here.
Don't fund.
All right.
I
Out
know
the
I
back
know
door.
the area, yeah, it's right in my backyard practically, so it's like, and it's pretty rough. That campground is pretty bloody rough without some help.
And so is this public? Is there public access to it? Because there is public access. Okay, because that really wasn't highlighted in the application.
Yeah, there's a public road and a boat launch there that gets, then you kind of, you just drive past it.
Yeah,
you
I
drive
couldn't
in
tell if it was
4-H area.
just for the 4-H.
Yeah, I mean,
group, or-
that's
Yeah.
That's why.
Well, I think
It's
the area
I
that
thought it
they're,
was 4-H kids only.
the area that they're improving is the 4-H grounds, not the public. It
But
wouldn't
there's
be-
public access
there is
to
public
the
access
4-H
to that.
grounds.
Well, it's
No,
adjacent to.
it's kind of.
So you drive up and there's a parking area and a boat launch and then the 4-H circles around the lake, right? And so I would never go onto the 4-H grounds.
Okay.
But it's right there and I'm just saying, when I'm boating on that lake, when I'm kayaking, it's like, wow, this area could use some,
TLC.
yeah.
I think what's interesting here is I think 4-H is a great organization to have come to us and it would be great to fund them. I think it's tough based on this competitive year. The advantage that they have, one is they had a lot of volunteer in-kind contributions from, it sounds like just parents of the organization. And also, I don't think it would be hard to encourage 4-H to try and fundraise 4,000 to actually meet this.
Yes.
And then use this as a potential learning experience and teaching experience for them to say, we want you to come back. This year is a tough year. And when you do come back, kind of take these, because if they had mentioned that they're gonna allow for public access on this when it's not being used by 4-H, I think it would have been a lot easier for us to say.
But I don't think.
And I
that's
don't
the
know if they
case.
can or not. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I
it's like,
don't know
but that
either.
would be good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mike?
I think they wanted to skid some of the logs out to be able to put it out there. Let's just, cut the logs, for the trail.
Yeah.
And forget this skid steer and all this excess equipment.
Yeah.
And just cut a trail that without moving logs out.
Right. Yeah. So I think too, yeah, this is also not a traditional trail organization, so there's also an opportunity to kind of provide some
Yeah.
practical feedback like that to them.
Right.
I would definitely also like to encourage, because it is such a reputable organization, 4-H, that when they do come back, that they have maybe not a master plan for that area, but a bigger picture of how it interconnects, which I think is what we're saying. I think I definitely would like to see more organizations like this, especially when it's youth getting involved, and that we give them a positive experience instead of a, dang it, we didn't get our money, we're not ever talking to you again.
Yeah. Agreed, Brenda. I think we can avoid, burning any bridges here, but and also providing some good constructive feedback to say, come back next year. Because like in the grand scheme of things, 4-H is a great organization to partner with because they have the youth that can get involved in trail. I mean, that's stewardship right there, but right now it just doesn't seem like the year.
It's fine.
It would be awesome to see 4-H take on trail stewardship as one of their.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Plant that seed.
Right.
Lee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really. I mean, within the extension offices that you are talking to and connecting with.
I know that more extension offices are interested in building trails and working on trail development.
Mhm.
I would encourage them to get in touch with Tom and Stephanie, and also to participate in those trainings that they have in the fall.
And the individual that put this application together was in contact and very involved. But yeah, I think there's just a learning curve in terms of trails and kind of what the program and just certain components of the application that could have spoke to public access and could have spoke to some other things that would have made it more competitive. All right, so 12-12, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more.
4.
Well, because Chippewa Cree is ineligible.
Oh, yeah.
Sealy Lake Nordic Ski Club. Trailhead building construction and electrical service installation. I'm gonna open it up for comments.
I listened to both yours and Stephanie's last fall's online training or, education. There was some discussion in that about Buy American. And is that gonna impact us on this
That's
or not?
RTP.
That's
Only on yours.
I
Okay.
scored this one pretty high.
Yeah, internally we had it higher and in the mix.
In fact, I think this one might have been up there with like one of my
Yeah,
highest.
I did too.
Part of that is just because I'm a cross-country skier and I understand the need for this. I looked and I think that the in-kind is where they have design and engineering, so that, I might have written down, if somebody has it, what the full ask was. What was the full ask?
The
You
full
have
ask
it.
is 75, which is ambitious.
Yeah.
But internally, we talked about the positive impact was electrifying, which was the quote from Missoula Electric Corp for like 36 to wire, which would provide lighting at night, which was a safety improvement because this is an after school location. And then just electrified for providing some heat. And then I think there was about a lot of the money that was then for materials to create an additional shed, which seems like could be a next year project where the electrification, internally, we talked about funding the electrification as a phase 1 because it's unique, and the positive impact would be safety improvements for kind of the after school program in the dead of winter.
If they happen to park the piston bully over there, they pretty much need to plug it in. I mean, it gets so cold. I mean, the diesel engine will never roll over.
Yep.
I don't see a second building in here.
Yeah, I'd support the funding the
electric.
Yeah.
And I think the
That's a
electric
good
was
first step.
pretty straightforward. They got the quote from
And
Missoula
they can
Electric.
probably get some contractors to do the parking lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was a good application.
Yeah.
Yeah. It seems like they're biting off you know, maybe more than they can chew with both parts of the project, but it seems like the electrification is, and it's also a unique, we haven't done this before. And so it's a unique project in that sense.
I wish this would have been around like 5 years ago. The Flathead had to pay a huge amount of money to run an electric line to our groomer barn. And it was really expensive and didn't have a great, you couldn't use RTP for it. So.
Right. In terms of that project, start to finish, did it happen quickly? Like regardless of was it a pretty straightforward?
We ended up I feel like Seth may have helped us out from the snowmobile program or something. I can't remember, but yeah, but we had to pull it from the highway up a cliff.
Okay.
Digging a trench for conduit. Yeah, it was crazy.
So this is pulling it from the highway, but I think it's a pretty.
Theirs is pretty
short.
level. Yeah, it's a short and level road, so it's not bad.
But you found other funds?
I think, yeah, eventually, but it was brutally expensive.
Okay, Bozeman Sunrise Rotary Club. Ranking here at 50, and I think for internal, it was 50. Okay, so I think when it comes to the cutting line, there's really no way to fund this, unfortunately, but.
I like that a Rotary Club is applying.
Yeah.
Again.
Yep.
I like seeing these novel
Different groups, yeah.
applicants and.
Yep.
Was there, I'm just really curious, because I remember they had reached out to me quite a bit about that project too. Was it just the application itself that was?
Well, it's for
in general?
parking.
I scored this one kind of on the high side, but yeah, I clearly am the oddball here, so.
I wrote that it was
It was
poorly
on the
written.
it was on one of the earlier ones I did, so I maybe got.
You were in a positive mood.
Yeah, I know, I might have got a little more critical as I went through, I don't know.
This project will create much needed expanded parking and improved path to 2 trailheads.
But I'm also, you know, I sometimes think that more money can be found in other places for stuff like this.
Yeah, it seems like with the Rotary Club, we can, you know, we're not gonna squash anything, but we can encourage them to do some private fundraising and then potentially figure out whether the Gallatin County could help with this. Or if it's within the city limits.
City of Bozeman.
It is City of Bozeman, so potentially the city. Yeah.
And then some technical assistance on grant writing. I mean, I just couldn't tell how they were gonna implement the project.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it weren't for the attachments, I don't know that I would know that either.
They do talk about ADA, but that's really because they're doing parking. It doesn't I didn't really connect the ADA to that trail access, you know, I was like, and then under how this might mitigate negative impacts to the natural environment, they put one sentence and I went, come on. So
It
they
is
need to
state
put a little
owned
more
now,
effort
this
in.
piece.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's leased by the city of Bozeman, but it is state-owned land. So I wonder if they could even go to other sources for that, too. But
Yeah.
Bozeman in general has a lot of
Encourage
resources.
them to keep working on funding avenues and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, so our final 2 here, we've got Kings Hill Grooming Association with an emergency shelter and vault toilet.
So I hate to see this one go by the wayside because it is in an area that the whole west side is a huge area and at Kings Hill. And there you'd have to ride 20+ miles to get to a toilet.
Yeah.
And it's always one of those things where it's like this one is in a really nice central location. They're citing it exactly like where a whole bunch of different trails come together. The Forest Service has approved the location, which was a real challenge because they've got some sensitive soil areas, but it's a disturbed area because it's in this trail junction.
Yep.
And it, like I said, it's a long bloody haul, you know, and like, it's one of those things where it's like, it's a lot easier to get my wife to go with me if she knows there's a toilet out there.
That really is what it all boils down to.
You know,
I
really
found
make
in life
Carla
that
happy. And a lot of other wives, I can tell you that. But no, it's just one of those things where we put in a vault up in the Flathead recently at one of the trailheads because everybody was just walking into the woods and doing
With
their
the
business, you
consequences
know,
of
and it's
that,
like, that same thing is happening here. Just, you know, that whole western side is just a huge riding area. It's one of the premier riding areas in the state, I think. So I know the grant wasn't real well written. I think it's hard to fluff up a vault toilet.
What's the emergency shelter? Is that
It's
different
it's
than
all
the
part
vault
of
toilet?
it. That it's part of it. It's like the emergency shelter part is the vault toilet. It has like a wall
People can
coming
hide
around
in
the
there.
doorway. That's all. It's just the part of the vault is the emergency shelter. It's got that separate wall that
Oh,
comes around the
okay.
doorway.
Okay. I thought I just wasn't sure because I know I didn't have a lot of notes on this.
Yeah.
That they were two, they were sort
No,
of the same thing.
it's
You
one
couldn't do
building.
one versus
It's just
the
one
other.
building. Yeah.
So it sounds like there's a definite, oh, go ahead.
And we didn't fund the other vault toilet?
Right. It sounds like there's a definite need, but it's 51 for stack and 51 for internal, which
Says it all.
speaks.
Can I,
It's all
towards-
or nothing.
It isn't all or nothing because
Yeah, you
it's
cannot have a toilet.
there's nothing else to do if you
Yeah.
don't do it. And so they did do all or nothing because of that. And again, the costs keep going up on these things. And, you know, they'll make up the difference right now. But this one would hurt if it didn't go through.
So how well organized are they and how, like, do they do fundraising?
They do. Like I said, they'll do the fundraise, like they're already probably gonna be under budget with this ask, but they'll make that up. And they have three different, the Kings Hill Grooming Association is three different snowmobile clubs. So you have the Little Belters, the White Sulphur Springs and the Great Falls Snowmobile Club all provide representatives to the Kings Hill snowmobile. So you're serving a huge area.
White Sulphur Springs, Great Falls, and who was the third?
The Little Belters
Little Belt.
from Lewistown. So it's like I said, this one is one that's near and dear to my heart, but and I know it ranked low, but it's like,
I think it ranked low for me because of the rubric and how a vault toilet and emergency shelter fit into the
Yes,
rubric, to be honest.
exactly.
I did see there was zero cash match.
And
that
they're
made
doing
me
a lot of the work.
Curious
Yeah.
why, and there's plenty in kind, but there's
Mhm.
zero cash, but I think it was because of the rubric that it fell this low, to be honest.
And poorly written, but that can be.
I try to overlook how.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
remember,
that
you're
can be
dealing with Bob. I don't know who Bob is.
I've been trying to jump in on this one.
Sorry about that.
No, number one, this program services the whole Little Belt Mountain Range. It's a huge area, like Mark said, and they do a darn good job of it. See, I had this one scored at 35 also, but that was mid-range in my scoring. So I had it ranked up higher than the rest of you did, obviously. This is a good project. And if nothing else, rather than cutting it out, put it under the motorized category again. 30%
Does this
somewhere.
fall under motorized?
Yeah.
Does it vault, even because it's servicing motorized?
Yeah,
trail
I would
users?
say, yeah.
The application was written that way. It said that the Forest Service could allow it to be used in the summertime, but the way the application was written, it was targeted at winter use.
It is, but I mean, they're not planning to lock it in the summer.
No.
So it would get that area, it's on the main road. And so it is used year round. It's not just a winter use thing. And so a lot of hunting goes on back there, a lot of elk hunters.
So where's the Forest Service in this? If it is a highly used, where would a Forest Service budget come in to put this in?
They'll help service it probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
That
do
should
the-
be in the application, right, underneath maintenance.
I can't remember who they said was gonna service it or maintain it, but I do know like they're gonna provide the toilet paper and the other little stuff, but there's not a lot. It's basically one or every year or every other year pumping, and it's not that big a deal. So.
I gotta ask, would this application stand on its own if it didn't have somebody on our committee advocating for it?
Good question. Good question.
I would have, I will say, just because I'm not a snowmobiler, but I do understand the need for this kind of a service, and my whole point was, I think the rubric doesn't really make it easy to score these kind of projects. And I tend to overlook, because I don't give a higher score to a professional grant writer versus somebody who maybe could write a better grant, but is not a professional. So I really try to, typos drive me crazy. Outside of that, I try to look at the application as a whole.
Yeah.
And I
scored based on the rubric, and it didn't score well in the rubric.
Yeah.
But, and Troy did score better for me, quite a
Yeah.
bit better. So I just followed the directions. And knowing that we would be putting it into context here in the room. So that's how, because I've been through it 1 year, I know that I knew that I trusted the process.
Yeah.
The last comment I'll just give you is they've worked a lot of hours with the Forest Service on siting this thing. I mean, it has taken 2 years of work with the Forest Service to get this through the gates. And it's through the gates, and it would be a real crying shame to let it die here at the finish line.
I will say,
Well, it's at the cutting line, not the finish line.
Well, they're at the finish line in terms of all they gotta do is do it, but it's like, yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
I do think it's a good area. It's, it's in central Montana, which is not western Montana. So there's that. It does, as Bob noted, serve all of the little belts, which is, we know a lot of people snowmobile over in that.
Well, and this isn't just a snowmobile trail. That trail is heavily used by dog sledders. They have dog sled
I'm
races.
just saying,
Yeah,
I know that it's used by a lot of
Exactly.
snowmobilers.
If you moved into RTP, they'd have.
Oh. the Made in
What part of
America.
the vault isn't made in America?
I don't know. I guess I don't know.
Yeah.
This is a US Forest Service approved.
Yeah, so I mean, if they can do that, then.
Yeah, it's
say,
the normal
let's
vault
talk
that the
about
Forest
it.
Service buys.
I personally just don't know anything
Yeah.
about vault pavilions and how they can comply, so I would have to make sure that they could comply. But if that's a conversation that could be had, then, yeah, let's keep talking about it.
Yeah, there are a few things sticking out to me here. One, if the Forest Service is encouraging this, why can't they just come up with the money? It's a high use area on their land. And I know that's not for us to figure out today, but I just wonder why the Forest Service couldn't come up with $30,000 if they're spending all this time to site it and work with these clubs and then have these clubs go out and request state funding. Two, I think one thing that we can do to make this easier on ourselves in the future is this summer establish vault toilets as a priority area and earmark a certain percentage to vault toilets in the future so that it makes it easier for us, because it's not a involved glamorous application or project, but it's necessary. And if we want to establish this as a funding priority based on need,
Well,
it's
you
going to
could-
make it easier for us in the future.
You could certainly add to the sustainability section
Mhm.
of the application for scoring rubric kind of thing.
Mhm.
And that would help.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then I think the third, there's third component, potentially it could get shifted over to RTP. Stephanie and I will talk about that. But 4, we're here and it's ranked 51 in both clubs and we're considering full funding and
Yeah, that's
The-
kind of.
that's just something to consider.
And I'll just say I'm with Alice and Bob in that I ranked it way higher and I think the rubric hurt it, so.
But if you even partial funded it, they could go do fundraising.
Could I ask
Yeah.
a slightly complex question? And there's a lot of other things that would need to get worked out between you and I.
Yeah.
first. So yesterday, we talked about the Anaconda Corps, which scored last, and there was discussion of potentially not funding that one and scooting that funding under RTP or to TSP because of the application. So I guess if we put those two applications next to each other, this Kings Hill grooming application versus the Anaconda Corps application, would there be interest in the SAC to see that funding shifted from the Anaconda folks to the Kings Hill?
Was the Anaconda one for equipment only?
It was just for equipment.
Yeah, I thought we said no fund on there.
There was like half said,
Oh, okay.
don't fund them, half said, fund them maybe.
Oh, okay, so
It was very like, maybe
yeah.
there's a better project to fund underneath TSP.
Right. So I mean, so another quick question for you would be, if you could flip this back to RTP under this one, they have a grant there. Could we just combine this into their current and put it as a budget line
So
item?
their current ask is for 70,000, so there's still room that we could just fit it underneath that.
Mhm.
As long as they can still comply with the 20% match. That
I
would be
think,
one.
yeah,
And BABA.
I think they
Right.
could, I think they
Yeah.
can find that. And I'm reasonably confident that these vault toilets from
Missoula, right?
Yeah, from the Missoula
Yeah.
I
place.
believe you guys, I just don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, we don't know for sure.
Doesn't the Forest Service and the NRC have to come under all the same Buy American rules too?
Possibly.
It's so hard because like
I know.
every agency has their own regulations at this point.
Right.
So,
I'm asking just from that standpoint of like, how do we buy them otherwise,
it's a learning thing.
Yeah.
And so a little bit of to be continued here, but with Kings Hill Grooming, I feel like we've climbed to the top of Kings Hill and back down.
Without using our full
I would
toilet.
support pushing that into RTP if you can do it and just dump it in as a line item on their current one.
So Troy Snowmobile Club, grooming, brushing, weed spraying. Just for context, internally, we knocked off brushing and weed spraying and entertained some partial funding for grooming here.
And it's a 2-year one.
Yep, so it would just be 1 year of grooming to get them through next winter and then do the work that we're talking about of, coordinating and technical assistance and all that.
Sounds good to me.
And now you guys are gonna actually see with all these partial fundings, if that falls,
Where that
Yeah.
goes.
yeah, okay.
Yeah,
That's a
so
big task.
I think when
No.
we break down with TSP, based on kind of the shifting around that I've already done, and then this input will further change that. It'll probably add more to partial. I think we'll probably end up funding around, thank you, like 30 to 35 projects. And then I think we'll get full funding out the door to about 12 to 15, which will be kind of what we identified as these priority. Let's get them going, seed money, start to finish. So yeah, before we close up, anyone online, do you have any thoughts, like closing thoughts, general impressions of what we did today and everything?
I like it. This is the way a committee should work. And I also congratulate the staff on doing such a great job.
Yeah.
This is Brenda. I think, go ahead.
Go ahead, Brenda.
I think that in having been on this committee, less than a year, I think there've been a lot of changes and they're all really, really good changes. And I think that, as you mentioned a couple of times today, Tom, we still have work to do. For example, maybe there's ways to evaluate kind of grouping together like projects, whether they're, winter trail grooming, or as you mentioned, vault toilets, or new trails versus maintenance and that sort of thing, ADA. And I mean, I don't know how that really works, but something like that, this is very, very overwhelming, I think, as a committee to review all of these and to put them in groups and say, you know what, X% of the dollars are going to come out of vault toilets, X% grooming. I don't know if that's legal, but I think that would help the vetting process tremendously.
Yeah.
It's just my thought.
Thanks, Brenda. And I think on that very note, I think that's where we want to build. We're not going to get to the agenda item of talking about priorities for next meeting, but I think we come into the summer meeting and we start right there. And we talk about how can we make this process that we all just went through easier on ourselves and align with common interests and goals to get this money out to different areas in need.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah.
Do you want to?
Yes.
The rubric, I'm gonna say, made this year probably the most, the best organized in my own brain on how to keep notes and how to score. I hated having to pull numbers out of, on a scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah.
This was really great.
Okay.
So, yeah, I would tweak the rubric at Teeny Vet,
Yep.
and we're gonna talk about that this summer, right?
Yep.
So
Yeah.
I think this was actually the first year I didn't like
I'm
beat
gonna
my
hold
head
it.
against the wall of how to
Great.
score this. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's really good.
Anybody else online before we close everything up?
Good to see
Um,
you
I-
online.
Yeah, I just I've been pretty quiet because I'm still, I feel like there's a lot to learn, and I think it's been a great process. I'm wondering, did you all print out all of those documents? What I was trying to do online. Yeah, what I was
No, I
trying to
printed
do online,
the first page of every document.
and that's what you took notes on?
I printed the first page from Web Grants and I believe or from the PDF, whatever way. And then I took notes on that so that it would spark my memory, and I had all the numbers and, I
Very
wrote down what the
organized.
ask was and how it was. Not a lot of notes. It didn't take much time at all, but I did print out the first page of every one.
I just keep a spreadsheet.
Yeah, I was trying to do it all online or on computers without having to, destroy a lot of trees that I couldn't keep up with the grants because they weren't numbered on the spreadsheet. So anyway, that was my problem, was trying to find the grant, web grants, while y'all were talking about it. So that's my problem.
Well, I want to thank everybody for all the time and energy you put in to this process today and the month leading up to it. I want to thank our advisors. One thing that we do want to address in the summer meeting is to kind of clear up roles and expectations with our advisors. But we thank you for your time this cycle. And so I think when it comes to the summer meeting, we really want to address kind of funding priorities and improvements to the rubrics, and just clearly defining the roles and expectations of our advisors. Cheers and happy trails, folks.
What's
in that glass?